pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at JetBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for the veteran community at Team Foster's Rough Ride Philly event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on May 31st at the 23rd Street Armory. Part competition and part festival. You can ride for 15 minutes or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Philly at roughride.org. That's roughride.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ted Lindner. It's the Fox News Rundown. 13-year-old Faison Zaki from Allen, Texas, has won the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Éclaircissement. E-C-L-A-I-R-C-I-S-S-E-M-E-N-T. Éclaircissement. That is correct.
That sound courtesy of Ion Television. And Bernie Carrick, the man who led the NYPD as commissioner on September 11, 2001, has died at the age of 69. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
1210 WPHT, Philadelphia, Sterling on Sunday night. I shave for you, get to work on time, and serve actual live radio. I'm Walter Sterling. This Sunday night, 1210 WPHT, plus strippers, lesbians, all here. Sterling on Sunday night, 1210 WPHT. 10 p.m. Sterling on Sunday.
Do you struggle with poor reception on your favorite stations? Hi, this is Jessica with C. Crane. We know how frustrating it is to be stuck with a radio that doesn't perform. That's why we created the CC Radio 2E, designed to receive long-range AM and FM stations and make weak signals strong. If you enjoy talk radio, news, and sports, your favorite programs will come through with exceptional clarity on the CC Radio 2E. Enjoy rich, detailed audio with dedicated bass and treble controls. The 2E also gets the latest emergency information with the 2-meter ham and NOAA weather bands. It can even alert you to a weather emergency, making it a vital tool for emergency preparedness. To order the CC Radio 2E or to receive a free catalog, call C. Crane at 800-522-8863. That's 800-522-8863. Or visit us online at ccrane.com. That's CCRANE.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff, create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. Late Wednesday, the U.S. International Trade Court blocked President Trump's tariffs, saying he exceeded his authority. Thursday, a federal appeals court put a hold on that while legal challenges to the tariffs play out. As a result, trading was choppy on Wall Street, but the markets all finished up. The Dow gained 117, the S&P 500 24, the Nasdaq up 75. Fed Chair Jerome Powell met with President Trump at the White House Thursday. The Fed says Powell stressed its monetary policy will depend entirely on economic information. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The president did say that he believes the Fed chair is making a mistake by not lowering interest rates.
The U.S. economy shrank at a 0.2% annual pace from January through March, the first drop for the GDP in 3 years. First quarter growth brought down by a surge in imports as companies hurried to bring in goods before the president imposed his tariffs. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Trump wants a lot more nuclear power production in the United States, signing 4 executive orders a week ago, collectively aimed at quadrupling capacity within 25 years. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum at the signing ceremony.
This is a time when capital and competition has finally come to this industry. We've got venture capital, we've got startups coming into all aspects of small modular nuclear, and we've also got an EO that's talking about the importance of us having a secure supply chain of being able to get that fuel load here in the United States as opposed from foreign sources.
Nuclear power is, for some people, associated mostly with high-profile disasters. 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania in 1979, Chernobyl in Ukraine in 1986, and the Fukushima meltdown in Japan in 2011. Advocates say it's cleaner and safer, though, than fossil fuels, and that the technology is advancing and improving.
And that's one of the cool things is these technologies that are now ready to actually be deployed have this huge history of development that go back.
Jacob DeWitt was at that executive order signing. He's co-founder and CEO of Oklo, an advanced nuclear technology company based in California.
That the U.S. government and our national laboratories that were sort of born out of the Manhattan Project and then continued their missions in a lot of different spaces, but continued to develop really since the 50s, which was looking at, hey, there are all these ways you can frankly design a nuclear reactor. And some of them just have these incredible features to them, including these characteristics to be what's known as or referred to as being inherently and passively safe. It's a little jargony speak. Basically, it's a physics-safe reactor. What that means is you're putting the fundamental forces of the universe, right, on your side to keep the reactor in a safe configuration. And what that looks like is you're relying on natural phenomena like thermal expansion of materials like fuel or steel or coolant to cause the reactor to naturally shut down if it heats up or overheats. And if you're relying on natural phenomena to make sure they're controlled and cooled, that's a huge feature set for safety, but also actually for economics, because now you don't have to design, procure, install, manage, maintain all of these systems to do those things for you. So it allows for significant design simplification.
So nothing's risk-free. What do you tell people who say, nope, no way, I don't care, I don't want a nuclear plant anywhere near me?
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing is, you know, we live in a world of risk, and it's how people think and understand about risk. And I think there's 2 major things here that are rather interesting. First, the data is very clear. Nuclear is, if not the safest, among the very safest sources of energy there is that we have, period. And a metric that is a little crude, but is, you know, captures that is the number of deaths per megawatt hour. And nuclear is, you know, got the fewest, or is basically tied right down there with the fewest with solar. It's incredibly safe technology. And these new technologies actually make it even better. And so I think as people understand that, because that part, there's a little bit of, I would call it like risk misperception. As people understand that fact better and better and better, they get more and more comfortable with it. And actually, I think that's one of the huge drivers of public sentiment evolution and change in the last 10 to 15 years. And what I just described about these inherent passive safety characteristics and features, it's not just like paper studies or calculations or simulations. They've actually built real power producing reactors that did these things.
Where are we compared to other countries, you know, advancement and use of nuclear power? Who's been most successful at it?
Yeah, I think the United States has been one of the, you know, has been the innovative leader in the space since the beginning. The French obviously have a wonderful story about how you can rapidly, you know, transition your energy infrastructure to be nuclear, and they continue to reap massive rewards. But then I think we've seen the ascendancy of China and of Russia very clearly. They see the value of nuclear technology. I think they see the ascendancy of it. I think they've long seen that, they couldn't keep up with the U.S. And right now, China's building the most nuclear power plants in the world. And it's clear that they view this as also a significant opportunity to export and build long-term, long-lasting geopolitical and strategic relationships with countries. Well, we could do the same thing, and we need to do the same thing in the U.S. And so I think it's a very interesting time where I think people are starting to wake up to that and now wanting to fix that inside the U.S. and reassert our leadership and reestablish it. And actually, the executive orders just signed build on a kind of a succession of policy evolution and changes over the last couple of presidential administrations, this being one of the most significant that we've ever seen. That's going to help us do that.
Yeah, I was going to ask about Congress just last year passed the ADVANCE Act. Yes. They love their acronyms over there. Accelerating deployment of versatile advanced nuclear for clean energy. Do these orders build on that or run parallel to that or what?
Yes. These executive orders build on that and accelerate and amplify that. The ADVANCE Act was a significant, I think, piece of legislation and policy to continue to modernize and push the regulatory environment forward, the regulator specifically. And the executive orders accelerate that by sort of doubling down, setting more aggressive targets, building on top of the areas where the ADVANCE Act targeted and seeing that there are other areas to sort of continue to, also focus on and kind of target for improvement. Also opening the aperture, though, beyond just the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, but also opportunities that the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy, with kind of their unique capabilities and needs, can afford. And so that opens up different pathways for getting plants built. The regulatory bottlenecks are hard to overstate the negative effects they've had on nuclear development and deployment. So modernizing the ecosystem there is very important. And a lot of that's just because the regulatory ecosystem has been stuck in thinking about things and doing things that are significantly out of date and not necessarily well matched and suited for the significant benefits of these next generation technologies. So pretty significant, all-encompassing sort of whole of government approach to really kickstart things.
I mean, there's always a fine line with regulation, and obviously you're somebody who's going to want to push back against the NRC. What do you say to people who might be concerned that these orders neuter it to the point where plants compromise safety?
I think that's the key thing here is what they do is they actually are focusing on enabling better processes to actually enable better technologies that are safer to come forward. It's not changing the regulations. The regulatory requirements are what they are. What it's doing is saying, how do you actually do the analysis to support that you're complying with the regulations? And I could spend many more hours than we have time here going through examples of just silly bureaucratic inefficiencies that frustrate the regulator, that frustrate the staff, that are holdovers from a period of time where the regulator was actually weaponized against nuclear power. Like these are all factors that we now have to sort of unwind. So I understand when people are like, well, okay, regulatory modernization, what does that actually mean? Are we kind of changing the regs? Is it going to become like, are there risks associated with it? My contention is, and what we see here is actually, no, we're allowing the regulator to do the job more efficiently and effectively so that we can focus on the things that actually matter.
Well, the president wants a bunch of small modular reactors. Explain what those are, if you can, briefly, and is that a realistic goal?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a really exciting kind of thing that small reactors can enable. So when we think about nuclear power plants, the ones that we have today, which are phenomenal things that we have, phenomenal assets in this country, they're mostly all pretty big, about 1,000 megawatts or 1 gigawatt in power production. Smaller reactors kind of come in this range of sizes from maybe as little as like 10 megawatts all the way up to like 300 megawatts. They're inherently and physically smaller, of course, but that opens the door for different things about how you think about deployment, how you think about building them, designing them, all these kinds of things. But also, I think one of the most unheralded but significant benefits is it allows us to learn how to build these things a lot more quickly and affordably. What I mean by that is the cost to learn becomes a lot less when you're spending much smaller modicums of capital to build each plant. If it costs you $7 to $10 billion to build one big plant, that means each learning cycle is going to cost that much and take that many years to do so. A smaller plant can be done for a fraction of that, maybe, on the order even as low as a few hundreds of millions of dollars. That becomes something then you can apply the lessons learned and drive through deploying more of these plants more quickly and drive costs down considerably. And especially as we see this AI race going, like there is a massive need of power. It does talk about gigawatt scales of power, but the reality about these data centers and how they're built, they're getting built out in chunks of sort of, basically modules, if you will, that are using 50 to 100 megawatts per module. So actually matching a reactor with that is a pretty good way to meet their demand and grow with them more organically.
One of the environmental concerns about this is or was nuclear waste. Explain what that even is and how it's dealt with.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to talk about. So, nuclear waste is something that a lot of people kind of envision as being this green, glowing, oozing sludge, and it's scary and it's dangerous and it's toxic. The reality is what nuclear waste is really fuel that was in a reactor, produced a lot of power, used some of the fuel in there, and then taken out. It's very radioactive. It's contained. It's controlled. It's typically kept in pools or in casks. The radioactivity does go away. It does decay, but it takes a really long time. But it's stuff that we know how to manage really, really well. It's actually the only energy source that we manage the waste fully in, right? Like when we burn gas or coal, we just dump all that waste in the atmosphere. Okay. It kind of sucks. And then when you look at renewables, man, if you go to some of these like sites where they take old wind turbines or solar blades, it will mess with your mind because it looks like some post-apocalyptic future. When you go to what nuclear waste is and see it, it's actually kind of, it's just elegant. It's simple. It's compact. You see how incredibly dense this technology is in terms of, how energy dense it is. And why I like to point that out is nuclear is inherently millions of times more energy dense than other sources of energy. And that's part of the beauty of getting into at the sort of nerdy nuclear physics level, the strong nuclear force of the nucleus. It's that energy that you're liberating with nuclear technology. As a result, you have millions of times less waste. So it's all contained. But the kicker, to me, that waste is only about 5% waste. It's actually really like 95% unused fuel. And that's just because in a nuclear reactor, you have to have a minimum amount of fuel for it to run. And you load in a little more fuel so it'll run until it hits that minimum. Yeah. And that typically is about 5% of the fuel consumption. That means that 95% of waste is actually fuel that can be reused again and recycled. And that's something you can and has been done. And we actually do in different ways around the world. And that's a totally different paradigm.
So what's next, jumping off these executive orders?
It's an unbelievably exciting time. It's created a lot more work for us, and that's awesome because we have the chance to think a lot more about how can we actually be creative in taking advantage of what now is clearly the policy of the government and looking at the all-government approach to enabling and accelerating nuclear deployment and shedding some of the shackles of sort of outdated legacy things of the past. So it's pretty neat. So what that translates to is, we're doing what we can to sort of accelerate our plans and timelines for deployment. We're already really well positioned with having a site, having fuel. So really, we're doing everything we can to accelerate getting that first plant and then the plants after that built. So, it's cool to build one plant, but it's a lot cooler to build hundreds or thousands, so that's what we're kind of aiming for.
Jacob DeWitt is the co-founder and CEO of Oklo. They design and hope to be deploying lots of nuclear power plants. Thanks, Jacob.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oil investments involve a high degree of risk and uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
President Trump says, drill, baby, drill. And he's declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for more active drilling and support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Don't miss out on this limited time opportunity to create potential income for up to 20 or more years to come. Call 800-544-1221 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Call Encore Energy now at 800-544-1221 and find out if your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-544-1221. That's 800-544-1221.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Attention retirement savers. A top U.S. bank predicts a 2025 recession as tariffs rattle markets. According to reports, 2025 recession risk just increased significantly. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to award-winning precious metals company, Goldco. Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver for qualified accounts. Call 855-969-GOLD. Find out how you can help diversify your savings. Tax and penalty-free today. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is in Singapore today for the Shangri-La dialogue about security in the Asia-Pacific region.
This is the continuation of a very important, long-standing relationship, a bond that has been strengthened over time, and we want to continue to renew.
The conference expected to focus on China, Russia's war in Ukraine, and U.S. tariffs on Asian countries. A tornado tearing through Henry County, Georgia, Thursday, injuring at least 2 people. Tornado destroying a home and scattering debris on the home of resident Andriel Mallard Sr.
I have a whole frame in my backyard where the frame of this house actually landed. I'm just thankful we didn't lose any cars. I'm thankful we didn't lose our lives.
Teenager was critically injured, and Texas teenager Faizan Zaki wins the Scripps National Spelling Bee, correctly spelling the word éclaircissement. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Oilers are heading back to the Stanley Cup Final, where they will face a familiar opponent. Edmonton beat the Dallas Stars 6-3 Thursday night in Game 5 of the Western Conference Final, getting a breakaway goal and an assist from star Connor McDavid. Now, the Oilers are looking for payback. Edmonton lost in a thrilling 7-game Cup Final last year, as the Florida Panthers became champions for the first time in franchise history. The Oilers fell into an 0-3 hole in the series before storming back to force a winner-take-all Game 7. Edmonton will be looking to snap Canada's Stanley Cup drought, which dates back to 1993. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I get really tired of cowardice with owners in sports leagues. We discussed this on our Nashville radio show. Remember when the Titans, they had a group of officials that were punished and they were sent to call a Titans game?
Yeah, you're right. He was disciplined that week. It was Titans.
An official was disciplined.
Yes.
To go to the Titans
Dolphins. He was so
game.
awful in a Sunday night football game the week prior.
And I feel my blood pressure raising right now. I'm going to be on statins by the end of the day. I feel my blood pressure raising because I'm thinking if I'm the owner of the Titans, I'm thinking, what in the literal
or the
hell
Dolphins.
You're going to punish this guy sucked so bad that you pulled him off a late afternoon game in New York or Chicago or LA, and you're going to send him to lowly little Nashville. That, if I am the owner of the team at the time, I'm saying that is total horse.
This was Dan
and
Campbell.
I'm not going to be treated like a second-class citizen.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on a Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. If you were already having trouble keeping track of all the new smart home gadgets, there's another one you can add to the list. Amazon's Blink is out with a new video doorbell that provides a more expansive head-to-toe field of view. You can buy it for $70 in either black or white, and if you pay for a subscription, you'll receive notifications when people are captured by the camera. The New York Times has reached a deal to license its editorial content to Amazon for use across its artificial intelligence platforms. It's the first such agreement the paper has struck and will expand the reach of the Times. United Airlines is finding more than just the skies are friendly. It's also finding a friend in JetBlue. The two have agreed to a partnership that will allow travelers to use loyalty points and book flights across the two carriers. One of the big bonuses for United is it will now allow the airline to return to John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Kicking it all off next Friday, June 6th, live broadcast from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. We were just out there around Christmas, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Every month, Dawn will be featuring a few pets available for adoption.
Come out.
Come on out.
Watch the broadcast. We'll entertain you, and then hopefully you can adopt some needy pet from the Brandywine SPCA.
Come for Dawn, dogs, and the donuts. Stay for Stockton.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Your life and your loved ones' lives depends on what you've done to prepare. Disasters, shortages, supply chain failures, they're not ifs, they're wins. don't be left without life-saving medication. The Jace case is a prescribed set of emergency antibiotics, life-saving medications you have on hand before you need them, offering peace of mind, no panicking, fast, affordable, and could save your life. Go to jase.com. Use code RADIO for a discount, because once the shelves are empty, it's already too late.
The fun continues after the final out. Fans 55 and over are invited to take part in Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases after the Phillies host the Cubs on Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at phillies.com. A series you can't bear to miss. Come see the Phils host the Cubs on Monday, June 9th and Tuesday, June 10th, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, June 11th at 1:05. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Away we go, live on a Friday, the final show of May 30th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. We will have Sean Farish, 7:45 for the cut sheet, live from Tennessee.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Bobby. Good morning, Dawn. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yes. June arrives on Sunday. The 80s in the temperatures, the weather arrives next week.
Yeah.
And so does Pride Month. Hello, Gregory.
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have a great show lined up for you today. I love the variety of these stories. We are going to go from the American mandate against the judge resistance in America. That'll be the theme of the big take. Penn pauses gender-affirming care. San Francisco schools, if you are in K through 12, if you get a 21 on a test, that's good enough for a passing grade. A 21 out of 100. Not 21 out of 30, 21 out of 100.
That's an F.
It's an F. We'll talk about that this morning. Also, Jake Tapper's book tour. You think he's going to regain credibility and see a rise in his viewership? The exact opposite. We'll give you that this morning. And also, I can't believe I did this yesterday. I listened was the key word here. Not read, but I've got the transcript here. To a New York Times podcast on how the iPhone has drove men and women apart. Driven. Maybe I should read the New York Times more. Drove, driven, run, ran. They don't get those things wrong, do they? Very interesting story on how technology has created this distancing between the two genders. I thought it was fascinating. We'll talk about that this morning. We've got the cut sheet and so much more. Well, let's get down to business. 6:02, right out of the gate here. Round number one of the news, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. Yes, it is Friday, May the 30th. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company by First Harvest Credit Union. So 65 degrees. And this evening, yes, some flood watches, flash flood watches, heavy rain moving in. So we'll tell you when and get you ready for your Friday. But most of the day, hopefully, a beautiful Friday for you. Not a beautiful thing for a mom in Philadelphia who ran to the grocery store. This is Philadelphia's Germantown section. Her little boy was asleep in the back seat, made the decision to run into the Save-A-Lot, leaving her car running out there in the parking lot. Her 6-year-old son, he had actually had a broken leg, was in a cast, let him sleep in the back seat, runs in just for a second, and in that time, somebody stole the vehicle with her 6-year-old in the back of the vehicle. Now, the good news this morning is that Philadelphia police found the vehicle that was stolen. They found it not so far away. Apparently, the person did the right thing, realized there was a child sleeping in the back. They found the vehicle, and as well, the little boy was still sleeping.
Number one, so I don't understand. So first of all, 6 years is too young. Way too young to leave a kid in the car by himself.
Well, how long? Wait, hang on. Before you say that, are we talking like run in? You can see them run out, or are we talking running into the mall? You know what I mean?
Well, no, this is a Save-A-Lot grocery store.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You know then.
Now, are you saying the car was still running?
She left the car running with the keys.
Yeah.
The key is a car where the keys are in the ignition.
It's compounding mistakes. 6 is too young, in my opinion. But if you're gonna leave the 6-year-old in there for all of 3.5 minutes, can you at least turn the vehicle off and lock the doors? Yeah. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah.
What is this leaving it running on? We live in this world where people go to red lights and their cars automatically stop now. And these jamokes can't even turn off their car for 3 minutes. And then the robbers, they're so oblivious, they don't even realize the kid's in the back.
Well, so the police are, to your point, looking at the surveillance video, reviewing the situation. Mom and the little boy went to Special Victims Unit. It does not appear that in any way the little boy, like I say, it looks like he just, thank God, remained asleep, and is unhurt.
Yeah.
So did they found the car, or the person who stole the car realized there was a 6-year-old in the back and was like, OS, let me
ditch it.
Yes.
He ditched it.
Yeah, the police are saying that the car was still running.
So nobody will turn the vehicle off. Not the mom or the robber.
Yeah, exactly. So, car was still running. Little boy was still asleep. They're investigating. So in these cases, we know that, because if you're a carjacker, but then there's a kid in the back, that's a federal kidnapping charge.
Yes.
What part of Philly did this happen in?
Germantown section of Philadelphia. I didn't even know there was a 24-hour grocery store still in the city of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
In the city.
That's hard to believe in its own right?
But it's on Pulaski. It's like 5800 block of Pulaski Ave in Germantown.
Okay.
So, but they found the police within 29 minutes. They located the vehicle. I mean, they put out the APB, if you will. And so, thank God.
Here's the thing, too. I feel like my parents may have left me in the car. Probably not at 6. Probably not at 6, but maybe at 6. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember sitting in the front seat at 4 because now kids need car seats until they're 13 because we become a helicopter society.
Mm-hmm.
But you never think it's going to happen until it does,
right.
And then, oh God.
Have we reached the point where the parent should be charged now with some sort of crime? Child abandonment. I don't know what the law is.
Guys, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not happening if the child's not in the car or the parent's there.
What's the term before the grace of God goes out? You know what I mean?
I'm with you.
I think all the time about. I don't do that, but I think all the time about. Maybe not so much anymore, but when he was younger, I'm just I don't want to wake him up, but I have to run in here. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you this: we charge adults for leaving their dogs in cars, in hot cars, in the summer with the windows up, don't we? Is it any different than leaving your child like that?
It's worse.
Yeah. So why not charge them?
Yeah.
We value pets, I guess, more than kids? I don't know.
I think it's what Greg said. Everybody thinks like, but for the grace of God. I mean, if there's if nobody's injured and that sort of thing, you know what I mean? Then I'm with Greg.
All right, no harm, no foul.
I don't know.
Just keep it moving.
We've all been tempted.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Kayal, come on. You've never been tempted to leave
No,
your...
well, tempted, but I've never done it.
Well, I've never done it either.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying there's been a few times where I'm just like, I can see the car.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you can see it, like if you pull up to the Wawa and you park directly in front of the window and you're running in for a coffee real quick, I mean, but the age too.
Yeah.
Like I'm at the point with my girls, they're going to both be 11 in September. You know, if anybody tries to like steal them out of my truck, I mean, they're going to kick and scream and knock the doors down, bust the windows. I mean, they're high wire acts to begin with, so.
So they're still treating this as a kidnapping. They held the car for Prince. You know, this is an active investigation.
Good. I think it should be.
It's so we'll continue to follow. Speaking of follow-ups,
Sam brings up a great point on YouTube.
Yes, Sam.
Do they have a description of the suspect who stole the car?
they are not releasing any. I don't have
No releasing. Nope.
Not releasing any video suspect.
No description.
Kind of description. Nothing like that.
No. Do we know what kind of car it was? Was it a white Nissan?
Kia. Hyundai.
Well, I imagine the video will be released. Because they're holding the vehicle. They're not describing her vehicle. They're not describing the individual at all. They did say that the 6-year-old boy was in the back seat and that he had a cast and crutches, and it looks like they had been. The reason they were out late, because this happened around midnight, was because he had, I guess, had a sports injury, then was in the hospital.
Oh,
like
for
all
God's
afternoon.
Oh, God.
So she probably was like, I have to. She's just coming from the hospital. I got to run to get some milk or something, Because if you've been, we've all been there to the hospital with the kids, and you're there for like 8 hours. So I think sounds like they have a lot of empathy for mom here. But we'll continue to investigate. Speaking of investigating, we do have an update on that mass shooting in Fairmount Park Memorial Day.
Do we have a description?
Well, we know that 5 guns in total were
that's
fired.
Good. We know how many guns.
How many guns?
Okay.
So remember, we thought it was 3. Now it's 5.
Great. And we have
The
a
mass
description.
shooting.
Do we have a description of the guns?
Yeah, I suspect to your point, we'll
Uzis.
We'll get the description on the guns
before we get the description of the. Okay. Yeah.
So we do have that from Philadelphia police, killing a 23-year-old, a 21-year-old, injuring 9 others, some who are still hospitalized. And so remember, that led to Mayor Sherelle Parker, that emotional news conference that she held. Philadelphia School District, a big day for, Thursdays usually we have Philadelphia City Council, as well the school district under investigation by federal authorities for our management of asbestos in our aging school buildings. So that meeting, and I mentioned this yesterday in news and was updating it. There was a meeting. It was supposed to be at 4. They moved it to noon. And then for whatever reason, with that resolution that was just added to the board's agenda, the meeting itself, scheduled for 4 p.m. at the last minute, moved to noon to accommodate what we were told was something that was a time-sensitive issue. That was according to the information. Then it was delayed for some unknown reason, pushed off the docket. So this, as the Department of Justice is investigating the district's asbestos management practices, which Philadelphia has admitted. I mean, the one school alone, I reported to you yesterday, $20 million for that mitigation. And they're way behind on all these. They're supposed to be reviewing every single school, hundreds of schools, if they have any risk, every 6 months. Otherwise, it's every 2 to 3 years. So we'll wait for that. And then as well, we have learned that the Department of Justice and the government on a federal level looking into and putting Philadelphia as well as our sanctuary counties, Chester County, Delaware County, Montgomery County, not Bucks County, but Philadelphia County as well, because we are a sanctuary city.
Could we get a cameo from Tom Homan? Could Tom Homan show up one day with a little ice sting? Maybe bring Christy Nome? Round up some bad hombres?
Well, hey, come on live with us, right?
Yes.
Talk about it. You know, why is Philadelphia on this list? Because it was Mayor Jim Kenney. We all remember when he did the little happy dance in his office. Remember 2016? Yep. Declared us a sanctuary city.
Remember that? That's exactly what they did. They danced around like a couple of. Sorry, I have something in my throat.
Are you all verklempt? And this,
oh boy,
is this as we're learning that there were protests hours after protest in Philadelphia. A 64-year-old woman was released from ICE custody. So they were holding signs and they were chanting "Free Auntie Lynn," and these were members of the Service Employees International Union calling for her release yesterday. And they said that she's had a green card for some 50 years. Auntie Lynn.
Auntie Lynn.
Auntie Lynn.
Yes.
Well, Llewellyn Dixon is a lab technician at the University of Washington. She was detained by immigration and ICE enforcement late February at the Seattle airport. We in Philadelphia, there were protests here and across the country to free this woman. She's been a lawful, they say, permanent resident for 50 years, coming to the U.S. from the Philippines when she was 14 years old, and she is eligible to become a naturalized citizen. She promised her grandfather she would keep her native citizenship. So at the end of the day, they freed Auntie Lynn, and everybody's happy. So we have a happy ICE story.
Have you
She
guys
had been detained?
Yeah. Well, aunt or aunt?
Oh,
aunt or aunt?
Aunt.
Yeah, same
aunt,
here.
auntie. I know.
Aunt sounds very elitist, doesn't it?
I don't know.
My aunt's coming for dinner tonight.
I think it depends. Yeah, it depends on. I don't know.
I always said aunt.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think I said aunt.
Everybody,
Auntie, auntie,
who called it aunt were the ones that were like, it's not one of those little black things, that like the ant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as well, just an update on a local story. This as the Immigration and Customs Enforcement case against a co-owner of Jersey Kebab. Remember this story in Haddon Township? This is New Jersey. This one is still unresolved. So as far as Salal Eminet's deportation hearing, that was pushed back another 4 years. So remember, we covered the story when back in February, ICE agents arrested Salal and his wife Emin Eminet at their restaurant there in Camden County. He was later released with an ankle monitor while his wife was taken to that detention center in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and then she was released on bond 2 weeks later. So there were rallies, a lot of coverage on this one. Well, they went to court this week, and it's pushed back another 4 years.
Of course.
Here's how I'll resolve it. I'll resolve it in 4 hours. Have them come over here, do a food drop. I'll taste test all that great Middle Eastern food. If I score it 7.5 out of 10 or better, case dismissed, they stay. 7.5 or lower, deported.
Okay. Listen to
4 years.
The Nick Kayal policy.
Yes.
I know that we'll headline all of this. By the way, President Trump, 1:30 this afternoon, is holding a news conference with Elon Musk at the White House. There will be a big celebration at 1:30 p.m.
Oh, today's his last day, right?
Today is his last day on the job. So the cake, what color will the cake be?
But J.D. Vance said that it's not like he's still an advisor.
Yes.
Or something.
And I think Trump, I retweeted it. He said something to the effect of Elon will always be with us in spirit. We're very appreciative, etc.
And if Elon does physically leave, which he is, we will always have
big balls.
That's right.
So we got that going on. I know we have a lot of Trump news, and you're going to update us. Obviously, we'll have a lot of Trump news. The update on that International Trade Court, their ruling, the appeal, and then a new court ruling. So there's a lot shaking out.
This thing is going to go on forever. I mean, it's just
like a tennis match.
It's going to be months of appeals, and then it's going to be months in front of the Supreme Court, and then we might get a ruling or something. The Supreme Court will say something to the effect of some tariffs are legal, some are not, and then it'll be 2026.
And you'll have the female liberal justices ruling against Trump. the male conservative justices ruling in favor of Trump, and then Amy Coney Barrett will just she'll be the deciding factor. This thing will go 5-4.
And thus, as the always says, the lawyers always win, right? Somebody's making a lot of money.
I don't know. SCOTUS usually wraps up their session, early June? I think.
No,
late June.
I think it's late June.
But they're not.
No summer off for them this year.
They're not going to get this on the docket, and by then,
I know.
It's going to be. We're talking probably end of the year.
Yeah.
Probably, maybe.
Why don't we make Congress and SCOTUS work for the month of August?
And then we're going to get into 2026, which is obviously a midterm election year. So nothing will get done that year because everybody will be, vying to be elected. The Democrats will win the House back. Hakeem Jeffries will impeach Trump. We'll do that for 2027, and then.
Do you have any 2028 predictions while you're at it?
No, I'm just telling you. This is how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
This is how everything is going to play out.
All right.
2027 will all be about Trump's impeachment.
I'll see you guys in September of 2028.
Good night, everybody.
See, there are some lawyers, they're buying like a new beach house just because of all these cases, right? And I know, I didn't realize at the time, Beth Ann Rossica was on with us earlier this week, told us about Penn Medicine, that they, unlike CHOP, that they've decided to discontinue. That official announcement came down, their treatment of underage children for the gender-affirming surgeries. But we here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, actually, thanks to Beth Ann Rossica, broke the story earlier this week.
Wow,
that they were doing that.
Good for us.
Yeah, so
hooray.
I knew that you'd want to know.
Thank you.
As the boss.
We do.
Okay.
Because as you, here we go. See what the power of 1210 can do.
You have your own voice on the drop.
Hey, I've got everybody else's voice. Am I allowed to have one of my own?
That's weird.
One of my
That's just
own.
weird.
I got 13 of you.
Why don't you? I didn't ask you to pull them. Nobody asked you to pull
I
them.
am all about lifting other ships.
No, but
ships.
Can I raise my own vessel one from time to time?
Hang on. Nobody's raised more vessels than I have.
Well.
Seriously.
I don't know where I heard that phrase from.
I'm looking
I really
at you,
like
Stensland.
it.
I'm looking at you, Kayal. I'm looking at you, Zioli.
That's right. Raise my vessel, baby.
Loosen up my buttons while you're at it.
You too, Smirkanish. I'm looking at all of you.
Wow.
He's looking at you. We bow to the boss.
Notice how you left Dom out.
Well, Dom's been here.
Like,
Dom's been on the radio since I've been 7 years old.
Dom is omnipresent.
I'm like, you didn't create me.
By the way, Phillies split that doubleheader with the Braves, but unfortunately without Bryce Harper. With that, still, do they punish or hurt somebody when they hurt one of our top players?
No, because our franchise is spineless, so they don't believe in retaliation.
Spanking machine, at least a spanking machine.
Yeah,
God's sake.
So,
Retaliation.
I would have drilled Ronald Acuna right between the 1 and the 2 or whatever his jersey number is.
Amen. So, split wins. I know that we won the afternoon game 5-4, lost the first one. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Save more, spend with purpose. When you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account, even as high as 2% annual percentage yield, and while enjoying flexible access to all those funds, visit them. FirstHarvestCU.com/growth. Checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. It's the rain is holding off for now, but Nick, I know rain in store for this evening and overnight.
That is correct, Dawn. 61 degrees. A little bit of rain could be here around 8 o'clock this morning, and then it's going to be cloudy throughout the rest of the afternoon. Rain again in the evening, high of 76 today. I'm not responsible for the rain, as we've established. Saturday, 69 with a few showers. Sunday, 68 and sunny, and then we get mid-80s.
Mid-80s.
Next week.
Mid-80s.
That's right.
Mid-80s.
Summers are coming.
Yeah.
Damn right. Weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRule.com. Couple of house notes here. First of all, don't forget, we are back next Friday, live June 6th.
Woohoo!
It is the 1210 WPHT Piazza Pet of the Month.
Yes.
Our partnership with our friends from the Piazza Auto Group and the Brandywine Valley SPCA. we will be out at Piazza Auto with a live broadcast, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, and we will be there from 6 to noon, Kayal and Company 6 to 10. Stop on out. We have Dawn, we have donuts, and we have dogs, as the promo says.
I want to say this. I expect all of you YouTube people, I expect all of yous out there at 6 a.m. because if we have to be out there, you have to be out there. Yeah. So come on out to the Mercedes-Benz of Westchester there.
Lisa Benz, say hello, and then Dawn will be doing the doggy stuff from 10 to noon. Or donuts.
Yeah, bring your pets, and then hopefully you can adopt one, like the little cutesy thing that's if you're not watching on YouTube.
That's right.
You don't see it. So.
What do we have? Oh, yeah, look at that's a German Shepherd. It looks like my sister's German Shepherd.
Beautiful little doggy.
It is, little cute ears.
Beautiful little doggy. Come on out, please. Next Friday, 6 to noon, we'll be out there.
Yeah. And Lisa Benz while you're there.
Wow.
Cheaper than you think.
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. Friday Big Take is on the way, but first a word from another big event coming up, and that is Families Behind the Badge. The bike ride is coming up, and we all love first responders. So support the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It is going to be here 6 weeks from Sunday. It's Sunday, July 20th, and there are tons of options for you to ride. You can ride 65 miles, or we'll trim that down. You can go 30 miles, or you could be a little fugazi and do 10 miles. 10 miles still counts as well. Doesn't matter where you start as long as you reach the finish, and that is Atlantic City, where you'll be a part of the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel. After the ride, you can even register to ride with me and Team 1210. We'd like to have 15 or 20 people on our team this year. So if you do that, that would be great. You can join, you can ride, or you could just donate to support the cause. Visit bend2shore.org. That's bend2shore.org. And when you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock $25 off your registration fee. That's bend2shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. Let's remind people and show everybody the way we support law enforcement. Bend to Shore, organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a 501c3 that provides immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders, and it connects cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
The headlines about Social Security are scary. What do you do if they cut back? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today. The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year, and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Terry, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Attention, future home sellers. You planning to sell your home? The housing market is changing fast, not what it used to be. That's why we have Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors. Learn how to stay ahead of this shifting real estate market and increase the value of your home at her next home seller seminar. Enjoy a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres on Wednesday evening, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. I'll be there too, and Diane will show everyone how to tackle today's uncertain market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, low-cost ways to stage your home and meet modern buyer demands, and Diane will share insider strategies that helps homes sell faster and for more money. You can even get a copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Diane always says, do your research, get prepared when you're selling your home. The last thing you want to do is just wing it. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com. Schedule an appointment to talk with Diane at dianescalendar.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer starts here at Tri-County Toyota, where the deals are heating up for the month of May. Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on select new Toyotas, including the 2025 Corolla, the 2025 Camry, the 2025 Prius, the 2025 RAV4, the 2025 Highlander, and the 2025 Grand Highlander. Plus, choose from over 70 trucks they have in stock, with rates starting at 1.99% on the new 2024 Tacoma and a new 2025 Tundra. Visit online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
6:30, it's Kayal Company live on a Friday morning. Sean Farish at 7:45. We've got some great stories to get into, but before all of that, let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
All right, the big take, the American mandate against the Trump resistance. In the first term for Donald Trump, it was hoaxes, it was collusion, it was the swamp concocting ways to derail Donald Trump's MAGA vision. During the Biden presidency, it became lawfare as soon as Donald Trump said, I'm going to run it back in 2020-24. Weaponized district attorneys, judges, the DOJ, all in an attempt to rid the outsider and say bye-bye to their nemesis for good. But he emerged victorious. In the second Trump term, now we have lower court judges, and they are hell-bent on opposing 47 at every turn. And nobody voted for these hacks. Many, if not all, are appointed partisan justices who continue to delay, bog down, and clog up the MAGA agenda in hopes of Democrats getting back in the game for 2026. Trump is more popular than ever, so it needs to be derailed, of course. In the latest Rasmussen poll, for the first time ever, Donald Trump, 50% of Americans feel like the nation is heading in the right direction. Real Clear Politics also seeing a swing in the right direction for Trump. In November of 2024, only 26% of America said we were on the right track. Fast forward to the end of May, that number is now 44%. The solution from the swamp? Hack, hack, and hack away. Hack at tariffs, hack at deportations, hack at defunding federal agencies, provide resistance to everything under the sun. Late Wednesday night, as we discussed yesterday, a ruling came down that said Trump had to pause his tariffs on foreign nations. But by early afternoon yesterday, the appeals court overruled that and said the tariffs can continue for now, as we are almost certainly on a collision course to SCOTUS. Peter Ducey of Fox News asked White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about these judges running interference. Here's the newsman. Listen and watch.
Caroline, so many of the president's plans right now are being blocked by courts. If the courts are going to be the ones who are shaping policy, does the president wish he would have just become a judge instead?
I think the president would take this job over being a judge, and certainly the president is acting within his authority. He wishes judges would do the same.
But so the courts are basically telling you guys they think that the White House's policies, the president's policies, are in some way against the law. So why can't President Trump ask the Republicans that control the House and the Republicans that control the Senate just to make a new law?
Well, these laws have already been granted to the president by the Constitution and by laws that have been previously passed. I'll give you another example. For instance, we've been blocked in court for the revocation of visas.
Judges don't create the law. Laws are created by the legislature, and appointed judges by past Democratic presidents like Obama and Biden do not get to shape America's policy of a current president. The history of Trump and injunctions, even in this second term, runs long. Here was Caroline Leavitt running through just a few. Listen and watch.
For example, a court ordered the Trump administration to return already deported terrorist aliens back to the United States. A court has ruled the Trump administration can't even temporarily pause our refugee programs. Courts prohibited the Trump administration from eliminating federal funding for child transgender surgery and mutilation, a practice that the American people overwhelmingly reject. A court also held that the Trump administration could not ban people experiencing gender dysphoria or mental health issues from serving in the military. Ridiculous. Courts prohibited the removal of transgender women from women's prisons despite potential physical harm to real women in those prisons, biological women. A Northern District of California judge issued an absurd ruling that the president cannot fire people within the executive branch without Congress passing a bill, even though Congress has expressly authorized the president through the Office of Personnel Management to authorize reductions in force across agencies. A court also ordered the Trump administration to rehire thousands of already fired employees in several cases. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration from defunding the Department of Education, another signature campaign promise that this president has the power to implement. Courts ordered the Trump administration could not eliminate funding for illegal DEI programs, hence the word illegal. These are illegal programs to begin with, and now the courts are trying to say this president can't roll them back. And a district court judge prohibited the president from issuing any categorical funding freezes. And then another court ordered on top of that the administration makes $2 billion of payments in 36 hours.
It's unbelievable. Deportations, transgender surgeries, military practices, executive branch terminations, the Department of Education, woke DEI practices and programs, on and on and on. Basically, the only thing Trump can do that he campaigned on was seal the southern border. Everything else, nope, no can do. Sorry. Random federal justice in Washington, D.C. says no can do. I mentioned tariffs will continue for now. That was the big development from yesterday. Here's Peter Navarro giving his take as he finds out about the ruling while being live on TV on Fox Business. Listen and watch.
Appeals, Peter, hold on. No. You'll want to hear this. You'll want to hear this. It's breaking news. A U.S. appeals court, according to Reuters, has reinstated the Trump tariffs during the appeal. So there is a stay here. This is breaking news.
As we fully expected, because they're wrong on the law on both the fentanyl and the reciprocal, and we can get into that. I mean, look, here's the issue. This is a suit. Here, you haven't heard this yet. Let me tell you this now. The suit was brought by 12 states, every single one of them Democrat attorney generals, blue states from Oregon and Washington on the left coast to Connecticut.
Legal scholar Jonathan Turley tweeting the following yesterday. On Wednesday, President Donald Trump's Liberation Day collided with Deliberation Day in the courts, and it did not go well. But all is not lost for Trump's tariffs. Just as Congress needs to be more nimble, so does the president. He can appeal this case while using less controversial means to maintain the tariff pressure on these countries as we work toward these bilateral trade agreements. And also, according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump has other tools at his disposal, according to multiple Wall Street banks. They write, quote, "The tariff levels that we had yesterday are probably going to be the tariff levels that we have tomorrow, because there are so many different authorities the administration can reach into to put it back together." That is according to Michael Zazis, Morgan Stanley's global head of fixed income and thematic research. He told Bloomberg TV yesterday. And then you have Alec Phillips, chief U.S. political economist at Goldman Sachs, who wrote in a note to clients that the ruling, quote, "represents a setback for the administration's tariff plans and increases uncertainty, but might not change the final outcome for most major U.S. trading partners," end quote. And to simplify, for those who might not be tracking this on a daily basis, here's a Cliff Notes version of what has transpired. The trade court on Wednesday ruled that Trump did not have the authority under the 1977 International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose sweeping reciprocal and retaliatory tariffs. The administration, as we know, we talked about it yesterday, immediately appealed and suggested on Thursday it could go straight to the Supreme Court to seek relief if other courts did not act quickly. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit issued an order Thursday staying the trade court's ruling while it considers motions from both sides. It ordered the plaintiffs in this case to file a response by June 5th and the government to respond by June 9th. So that's where we stand right now on tariffs, and that's where it will remain for about another week to 10 days. And while we wait, the next shoe to drop comes next week as we enter the month of June and we get to the DOGE cuts. Will they make it through? Here's Caroline Levitt reassuring Americans that even though Elon Musk is leaving, DOGE will live on. Listen and watch.
Well, the entire cabinet is involved, and I spoke to the president about it this morning, and the entire cabinet understands the need to cut government waste, fraud, and abuse, and each cabinet secretary at their respective agencies is committed to that. That's why they were working hand in hand with Elon Musk, and they'll continue to work with the respective DOGE employees who have onboarded as political appointees at all of these agencies. So surely the mission of DOGE will continue, and many DOGE employees are now political appointees and employees of our government, and to the best of my knowledge, all of them intend to stay and continue this important work.
Is there a DOGE leader taking the place of Mr. Musk?
Well, again, the DOGE leaders are each and every member of the president's cabinet and the president himself, who is wholeheartedly committed to cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from our government. Michael.
Long live big balls. And here to the professional downfall of these rogue judges, as the practice of challenging Donald Trump at every turn and bending the knee to blue state attorney generals, left-wing prosecutors, who were all just trying to make a name for themselves by being part of the resistance. Tariffs and DOGE are two of the four main pieces to Trump's plan to right the economy, in addition to energy, lowering those costs, and reducing the deficit. It's almost as if the rest of these justices that nobody voted for do not want to see economic improvement. And we have fellow Americans in the legal field playing partisan politics. Hopefully, the conservative majority on the Supreme Court sees this for what it is, a continuation of the last 9 years, and puts an end to it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On X at 1210 WPHT. Of course, we will read your comments on the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. I tried to stay even keeled there, but I got to tell you, Dawn Stensland, I've had it with these judges that nobody has ever heard of, nobody's ever seen, nobody's ever voted for, that are just installed by a president, and then basically they get to be the president's resistance, even though that president is long gone out of office. It's just absurd to me that we can't. And think about this: how many times has a Republican judge, a former Trump-appointed judge, or a Bush-appointed judge run interference to the level that these judges do to Trump, first term or second term? The disparity in injunctions is staggering to me.
Yeah, and so they're spending all this time on these cases. What is not getting through? These are emergency cases. So I want to hear from the people who were supposed to be before these courts that had other maybe serious life issues, and they've been on hold and they've been delayed. How many cases? In other words, this whole situation, clogs up the courts. I have no doubt that even though it's checks and balances and everybody says that it's the testing the executive branch, every time they go to court, they go to the higher court, and the president does have the power to do these things.
Mm-hmm.
And so I will say it was a Manhattan court, the International Trade Court, as we noted yesterday.
Shocking. Manhattan, you
yes,
say.
so I don't know. Maybe they should doge some of the court space in Manhattan. Just kidding. As far as, the issue of immigration goes, just thinking about Trump in the headlines and all these courts, ruling against Trump as far as deporting so many individuals, you look through, and it's Barack Obama is still, if you look through the records, he's still the deporter in chief. He still holds the record with the formal removal of about 3 million non-citizens from the United States of America.
Yep.
So nobody ever had a problem with it. Nobody talks about it. And Trump in his first term, 1.2 million, still doesn't come close to Bill Clinton's 2 million. George W. Bush had the least amount, 870,000 people.
Yeah, and this is all coming after Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem are demanding that ICE, quote, supercharge their deportations. Big headline yesterday from Axios. They want to up it to 3,000 illegal immigrant arrests a day. So they know that they have to, if they're going to succeed in this category specifically, that they need to move at warp speed, basically, which they did. There was a huge raid yesterday right in Mr. Mustard's backyard of Tallahassee, Florida. They showed up at like some construction or landscaping site. ICE agents were tackling people, running people down, throwing them in the dirt. It was beautiful.
Well, and the thing about this is, and that's probably why they put that list out of sanctuary municipalities, Philadelphia, but also are, looking at Chester County, Delaware County, Montgomery County. And if you say, well, it's not really in the headlines, and how do you know, for example, they said they're going to go after people who are in gangs or criminals. The problem here is if the police are not legally allowed to cooperate with ICE and they're not allowed to report who is a citizen or a non-citizen, then how do we all report? You know what I'm saying? We don't even know.
Yeah.
We still don't have a description of those individuals from the mass shooting in Fairmount Park. You know what I'm saying? Whether they're citizens or non-citizens.
Yep.
But, the point is, I think they want this all to be at least transparent so that the community knows. Because every time, remember what happened in New York City when the police just got fed up after that Mayor Adams at the time. Remember that? And they came out and said, oh, no, there's no crime among illegals. And then the police I think they were so angry they released the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
We have the video of that raid at the Tallahassee construction site. I think this is 11, Phil, if you want to roll this.
Yeah, this was glorious yesterday, right in the state capital of Florida.
You just had it, buddy. You just had it right there.
There it is. There's curse words in there.
I'm just curious. Will on this construction site, will the owners or whatever of the people who own this construction company, will they be charged
and employ these individuals?
Yeah.
It's a great question. Remember when, Dawn, you had that story months ago with the North Philadelphia car wash that had 7 illegal immigrants working there. Do we have any? I don't even remember if you had a follow up as to whether or not they were charged with anything. I'm guessing not.
I'll look again. I'll call again, because the follow up that we had was that in fact it was a situation where it was like a human slavery thing. In other words, people who came to this country, I guess they paid the cartels or whatever, so they owed them like slave labor.
Mm-hmm.
So in that one, the individuals, I think, working at the car wash, the allegation was that they were victims.
Yep.
That they were freeing people from a human slavery, human trafficking situation. And so to your point, if you hire people like that you're not even paying, you're paying them what? Dirt?
Yep.
That is, you should be charged with
100%.
participating
But I don't,
in human slavery.
I don't hear that. I see a lot of this.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of tackling, deporting, arresting. But I'm not hearing a lot of these owners of said car washes and owners of these construction sites that are being charged. They should be.
It's a good point.
And I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Good.
No, I think you're making a great point, and we need to say that more.
Mm-hmm.
That it should be a felony charge. It should be some kind of human slavery or trafficking charge that everybody knows. If you hire somebody, think about that. And maybe they're underage and they're human trafficked here, whatever that is. These guys could have been victims of that.
True.
Well, as a guy who knows a lot of blue collar owners of roofing companies and tree companies, stuff like that, these construction companies, they undercut other like union shop. Yes, because they can pay these guys, $10.
Yes, it's all about lowering your expense
to do this. So they're taking these small businesses and basically putting them out of business because they can undercut anybody.
Yep.
Because they're not paying their people correctly.
Well, and then you have some that come here seasonally for this. I told you the story when I was in Nashville in 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic, when I had to get a job and I was doing landscaping. They were having illegal aliens come here in March at the beginning of landscaping season and then leave in October, and they leave the country and go back home.
Mm-hmm.
They make a killing here. They don't pay taxes. They get paid under the table, and then they go back. They're like snowbirds. They come back to Florida for the winter months.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour next. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got to talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans. Yeah, summer, even though it doesn't feel like summer this week, we're in the 80s next week. Summer right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient, that's paramount. And that's why I always have my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. They already did that. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summertime. Now, if Marvin E. Cans feels that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit, Trane. Hard to stop a train, as they say. MarvinECans.com, MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
For over 46 years, TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County has been selling real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man directly to the home. Why not stop in and see our maze-like showrooms full of these machines and buy one for your family? And guess what? You can rent the same showrooms for a unique private party for any event. Google TNTAmusements.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 6:53 as we continue live here on this Friday morning. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2 coming up. Sean Farish will join us at 7:45 for the cut sheet. We'll also get to this Penn story with gender-affirming surgery being put on the pause, on the back burner. Also, I want to get to this story a little bit later on how the iPhone drove men and women apart. We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. But we've, for the last 10 days or so, we've been talking a lot on the show about Jake Tapper and the Biden book and his little media tour. Actually, it's not even a little media tour. I've never seen a media blitz for a book like I have seen for Jake Tapper. But you know what? It's not restoring his credibility. How about this headline? Jake Tapper's CNN show hits lowest rating since 2015, despite the Biden book buzz. And here's my thought on this. I'm going to give you the stats here in a second. Americans can live with liars, but they hate hypocrites. And this is not going to restore his credibility.
Yep.
Because he's double dipped. He grifted on one front, and then he's grifting on a second front to make a profit, right?
I said this weeks ago. I was like, he's doing nobody. He's not doing himself any favors.
You're right.
Because he's pissed off his base on CNN because they view him as a hypocrite or turncoat, and the people on the right can see right through him.
That's right.
He's not winning any fans. Stuck in the middle with you is where roadkill is.
That's right. Here are the numbers. The Lead with Jake Tapper averaged 525,000 total viewers from April 28th through May 25th, shedding 25% of CNN's audience in the time slot from the same period last year in the process. Remember, he's no longer in the 4 o'clock slot. They bumped him up, I think, to 5 o'clock. By comparison, Fox News is the 5, and Brett Baer's show, 3.3 million viewers on average, Essentially, that's a 6.5 to 1 ratio where the 5 is just trouncing Jake Tapper. He's lost 25% of his audience. And it's not like he went to a spot where nobody knows where he's at. I mean, he moved up 1 hour. I would actually argue 5 p.m. in television probably better than 4 p.m., right? As far as coveted spot. I mean, I know it's not prime time, 7, 8, 9, or 10, but wouldn't you rather be on at 5 when conceivably more people are in the door from home at work from work, right? And then on the ratings front, how about this? Jen Psaki, she and MSNBC with their new lineup post Joy Reid, the elevation of the Sockster, they've lost more than 40% of the channel's viewership together. How about this? Jen Psaki has lost 41% of her audience compared to Joy Reid, and her time slot has gone down 26%. Wow. Psaki's average viewership of 973,000 was down 46% compared to Rachel Maddow's average, say what you want about her, of 1.82 million for the year in the same 9 p.m. time slot. For reference, Maddow moved back to once a week in May. According to Mediaite, Psaki's average is also down 20% from Alex Wagner, who I still don't know who she is. I keep hearing the name. I don't think I've ever seen her. Maybe we've played her on the cut sheet, but she doesn't say anything that makes her really stand out and differentiate herself from the rest of them, averaging during the same period in 2024 when Maddow was only hosting on Mondays. Here's my thought on this. I'm going to get everybody's thoughts on this. You can say this is a sexist comment, but I actually believe this is true. Nobody wants to watch angry liberal white women on television berate half of America. Name me one. Yeah. Rachel Maddow is, for some reason, the only one that cuts through on MSNBC, right? From a ratings standpoint. She had double Psaki, triple Joy Reid's numbers. There's something about these two networks, and I don't know what it is. I know, Dawn, you talk a lot about like the lighting and the technical stuff and the production value. There's just something on these two networks. We talk about the Democrats, right? They're trying to reach men. And by the way, wait until you see who they found that they think they're going to reach men with coming up on the cut sheet. You're not going to generate buzz on your network with milquetoast, generic, vanilla women that are just denigrating straight white men. That's a recipe for disaster, is it not? Like, where's the entertainment value to MSNBC or CNN? You can say what you want about Jesse Waters, Gutfeld, Jimmy Fallon. They are entertainers. They're showmen in a way. That doesn't exist on these two networks.
And yet, The View, I don't know their latest. I know that they had in April, they were up from last year, 2.6 million viewers. So I don't think it has to do with male, female. I think it has to do with your appeal, your authenticity. And that's what I think.
Does MSNBC have a guy in prime time? Or is it all women?
They have Lawrence O'Donnell.
Oh, is he still? Okay, is that still technically?
And Chris Hayes.
Yeah, so it's
who you thought was Rachel Maddow.
It's majority. It's majority men. They have Michael Steele and Simone Sanders at 7.
Okay.
By the way, MSNBC is they said they're going to concentrate on podcasting now. So the first dip into the podcast realm is the Nicole Wallace podcast.
Oh, that'll be I won't be able to download that thing fast enough.
I got to tell you guys, I could turn that network around in a second.
Oh, it's not difficult. They don't want to do it though.
I know. I just don't understand what they're doing. I don't understand what they're doing.
CNN, they don't have an alpha male. Who do they have? Anderson Cooper, who looks like he just donated 3 gallons of blood. Wolf Blitzer's ready to croak at any moment. They don't have any flamethrowers. Yeah. Find a dude with a backbone and an opinion and put him on in prime time.
But it's funny that you say you're making it like a gender thing.
That's what I think it is. They have all beta males.
It's not. It's not at all. But that's a problem with a perception. But I think that it has to do with talent and authenticity.
Well, that too.
And so that talent, authenticity, and smarts. So you mentioned, for example, Rachel Maddow. So you may not like her,
right?
But she is smart. She is funny. She's much more likable, and she's authentic. She's consistent with who she is. The moment that she's inconsistent or starts saying stupid, maybe that's a word that we may parse, over as stupid stuff. But I'm saying she's an intelligent woman. She makes good arguments. She gets good interviews, and her audience likes her.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, but if you look at their lineup, it's 7:00 weeknights. I don't even know who this is. Alicia Menendez.
No clue. No clue.
And Michael Steele, we know who he is. It's 7, but they have Arby Melber at 6 p.m. Chris Hayes at 8.
Yeah, it's a bunch of it's a
Lawrence O'Donnell 10. Stephanie Rule at 11.
Well, what are they doing, Dawn? They're it's a bunch of low paid. I mean, not low paid compared to us, but it's a bunch of non big contract people that
no
are just
superstars
sticking in there because they don't know what to do.
I mean, you can say what you want about Fox, but I think Fox does a good job of regular reporting, straight news people, earlier in the morning, Bill Hemmer is just giving you nuts and bolts. Brett Baer, good interview, gives you the nightly news. And then you have your opinion people, the Jesse Waters of the world, the Will Canes. You have your comedians and Gutfeld and Jimmy Fallon. They have a nice variety of different skill sets of talent.
Yep.
Whereas everything with CNN and MSNBC is... No wonder nobody watches. At least entertain me.
I saw the 2554 demo. They had 55,000 viewers.
I got more people in the 7 o'clock hour for that.
Saki. That's Saki. She had 55,000 viewers nationwide. There's 350 million people in this country. 55,000.
Yes.
50. She couldn't even fill up the link.
Right. And not every White House correspondent that is paid to track Trump, like Caitlin Collins, translates to primetime host.
Agreed.
Not every Dana Perino ends up being Dana Perino.
Yep.
Like, she's found a way going from Bush's secretary to a good TV career. Psaki, maybe a once-a-week show, but primetime 5 nights a week?
Yeah.
Nope.
By the way, we blew through 7, so why don't we just skip this break and go into news?
Yes. 7:03. Way off the clock today. Way off. Not even close.
Yeah.
I might get fired before the cut sheet. It's been so bad. Let's get to round number 2 of the news at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Friday morning, May the 30th, sponsored by Kitchen Magic. We're at 66 degrees with some sprinkles this morning, but the heavy rain, flash flood watches on the way for this evening. More in the forecast coming up as we look to what's happening in our region. Philadelphia police speaking out, reminding parents, don't leave your child in the back of your car, whether your car is running or not running, whether the keys are in it or not. This after we have a situation with, thank goodness, a stolen vehicle with a 6-year-old little boy outside of Philadelphia. The grocery store that's a 24-hour grocery store where mom ran into the grocery store, Germantown section of Philadelphia, and realized then when she came right back out, her car had been stolen. She called police immediately. She admitted she left the vehicle running, explained her 6-year-old, they had been in the hospital for many hours. He had a broken leg, crutches, and thankfully that thief realized the kid was in the back apparently and took off, left the car running with the child still sleeping in the vehicle. So mom and the child went to Special Victims Unit. The vehicle right now is in police custody. It's being dusted for fingerprints, and they are still treating this as an active investigation, even though that the car thief did the right thing and just, I guess, didn't return the car, but at least left the vehicle about a block away from where it was stolen. And so they're still searching for that individual and treating it as a kidnapping charge, which, as you know, that's a federal charge.
Just to add a different twist in round 2 to this story, we've had these stories where kids get a hold of firearms and shoot somebody and kill somebody because the parent doesn't lock up their gun properly. We also had this story of, adulting 101 about how Gen Z just isn't ready to step into reality as an adult. Obviously, some of these parents here are probably millennials or Gen Xers. But what's more infuriating with just bad parenting? The fact that people leave their kids in their car, they don't lock up their firearms. There's just so many parents out there that are just ill-equipped to be parents. They really are. Like, life is just too much for you. You're a hot mess. You're running around like a nut job all the time. Get it together, people. It's not that hard.
I'm not gonna call this mom a bad parent. I'm not. The thing about it is, it sounds like it was a hellacious situation.
Well,
and
the fact that you said, Dawn, that the guy realized like a block later, he had to have realized that there was a kid in the car, and he was like, "Oh no,
oh crap,
I'm a bad guy, but I'm not
that bad.
I'm not this much of a bad guy."
Yeah. So
I'm steal your car bad. I'm not steal your kid bad.
Yeah. Smart move.
Yeah.
Because, so in this one, there's a story, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, that's making headlines this morning, that, we have President Trump's top advisor has reportedly fallen victim to a scheme by hackers.
Susie Wiles, yeah.
Who infiltrated her phone and then used AI to actually impersonate her voice.
Yep.
How crazy is that?
I've been getting some very deceptive spam emails that look so authentic from people that are contacts in my email on my phone.
What?
Yeah. Multiple people that I used to work with in a prior lifetime in radio. I've gotten emails from them, and then I deleted the first one, deleted the second one. But after thinking about it and looking at the verbiage and the wording of the second one, it was identical to the first one. So now I knew that these were total shysters.
Yeah, this AI thing is scary.
I know.
I mean, Nick gets fooled by Twitter all the time.
Twice a week.
Twice a week.
Twice a night.
Yeah.
You
just sent me something the other day, and I
responded. The grocery store.
I responded to you, bro. This is AI.
Yeah, the protesters in the grocery store that were sitting cross-legged in the dairy section,
and the guy who was interviewing that old boomer who said what's wrong with kids these days?
Stop being wussies.
And he said that they were a bunch of P words.
That's fake too?
Yeah, it's AI.
How do you know this?
Because all you have to do is a little research, Holmes.
Well,
you don't just look at your Twitter and be like, this is great, this is wonderful, this is like, do some digging and things.
To your point, I did on the grocery store. I tried to Google it with all the ways I could think of what I'm looking at in the video, and it doesn't show up. So that one, yes, but like some of them, I don't know how people decipher it.
Here's what I'm curious: show your daughters. Because they might be a little young, but they're teaching kids. So if I have a question, I show it to my sons because I know at the high school level, they're doing classes on AI to teach, kids and teens how to differentiate. And even teaching them like, hey, if you write something with AI, if you used it in a paper, let us know which part you used it, because they want to exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They want to teach them this. I wonder, ask your girls.
Oh, they could probably spot a fake out a mile away.
Yeah.
I wonder if RFK Jr. used AI with his Maha report since he got so many things wrong in it.
Oh,
Hi, everybody.
I absolutely think he did. That's exactly what happened. No kidding. This is what's going on. You cannot. That's the thing you learn.
So we're entrusting that dude with our health who can't even get an AI app right?
Somebody on his staff didn't, I guess, go to our local schools that teach this. You cannot write a research paper or do I would never use it for news because it's often wrong.
Well, you know what the new trend is now? When you suspect something fake, at least on X, you reply to the post, you tag Grok, and you ask Grok if this is real. And then Grok will tell you if it's fake or if it's real.
In case you don't know what we're talking about, the Maha report made up at least 7 of its citations. Dozens of other citations in the report have broken links, incorrect authors, or missing information.
Broken links.
So that Maha, and by the way, we're the only show that's going to actually say that. Everybody else is going to pretend like it doesn't happen. But yeah, the Maha report that everybody's touting around here, it's a giant fugazi. The whole thing is a fugazi.
Well, 2 things. One, that's on par with Bobby's brand. He gets one thing right, 2 things he embellishes, and then the other one is complete nonsense. That's been the story of his career. But here's the thing. Even if some of the reporting is wrong, there's no victim here, right? Because the goal is to remove bad stuff from your food. and go more natural.
No,
it's not like
no, you can't. Nick.
You can't cite things that aren't.
I understand. We've talked about Harvard with plagiarism. I know plagiarism.
It's not even plagiarism.
It's just
it's a bad source.
It's sloppy.
I got
sloppy
that.
work.
I got that.
It's sloppy work for something that's super important.
But let's not lose sight of the actual results, which means getting rid of all the crap in our food.
I hate to tell you, but the trend is going that way anyway. We don't need Bobby Kennedy to do this stuff. We as a society have said, you know what, enough. We want to know what's happening in our foods. We want to know what we're eating. We want to know what we're giving our kids. This is what's going to make change, not some stupid bureaucrat a-hole.
What percentage do you think of, you just said the way you framed it, we're the ones leading this charge. You think it's a majority?
I do.
I think it's like Trump said the other day, Maha is hot with the moms. I think this has been on the radar, in particular, of mothers for a long time. You know, I told you the book, the one they made the Surgeon General, I have that book. I've had it for a long time since it came out. Stacey Means. So, I think this has been on the radar, but
Agreed.
I applaud the Maha movement, President Trump, and even having Dr. Marty McCary, Dr. Bacharia, as well as RFK Jr. I think, so to me, this was a huge disappointment because you can't, when you're trying to restore people's faith in our institutions, because that's what they're trying to do, and you basically do a lazy research paper, which is basically that's what that is. If this was my kids in high school, we would get a call from the school, and we would have a sit down and have a whole conversation about this. With relying on AI that is so lazy. Shame.
Wendy on the YouTube chat says, what changed before RFK started looking into it? What change has he done? What there's no change. No, there's no change.
The reason
people are doing this. People are doing this.
Right.
Not bureaucrats.
How long have I been talking about this? Well, how long did you guys tease me? Because I would say Larry would go to BJ's Wholesale Club and buy stuff with titanium dioxide, and I'd throw it out.
Yeah.
But you guys would kid me about it. It wasn't until now that everybody goes, oh.
That in 10 years, these companies will stop putting titanium dioxide in things. That's not
because they've been
change.
shamed.
I think the Maha movement exists in two-parent households in affluent neighborhoods.
Yes.
I don't
you are
think
100%
I don't think poor people in the city of Philadelphia, because they don't have the means to live healthy.
You're 100% right.
Right?
You are 100%
right. So you're buying stuff that is less expensive, that has the bad stuff in it.
It's the elite.
It causes autoimmune diseases.
Which is why I don't think, to Stalker's point where I disagree, I don't think it's a majority. I think it's a 15 to 25% vocal minority that wants to live clean, that has the means to do it.
Yeah, but you still go into non-affluent areas, and there's still people smoking and drinking 40s on the street. So so it's not, you know what I mean? Like we as a society have kind of said smoking ain't a thing anymore. It's not cool anymore. But there's still people that do it. I mean, it's going to be the same thing with our food.
To go back to like the news when I was saying, what's more annoying? The parent that can't put the gun away from the kid, or the parent that can't lock their car and turn their car off before they run into the grocery store? If you can't protect your child in those situations, do you think that parent's taking the time to read whether there's titanium dioxide on the back of a food ingredient?
Well, but
Zero
now,
shot.
When recommendations come out and they end up at CHOP, or one of our great children's hospitals locally, because their kid has one of these chronic illnesses, inflammation, or the type 2 diabetes, or the obesity epidemic, then the doctor, I think now with these recommendations, what's happening is you have pediatricians now. This is something where they're recommended to have the conversation. So I do give credit to Trump for highlighting this. I think it's a huge issue.
Agreed.
Which is why.
Agreed.
And by the way, any government report that comes out like this, and they know it's going to make headlines, you got to I mean, heck, I could have proofread this and checked the sources. Any one of us could, and said, "You got a problem with your sources."
Yeah,
but the
problem, it's a sin, man.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, it's just this experiment is over. It is like let's just cut bait and
I think you just need to have more Marty McCary and more Jay Bhattacharya.
Yes. Amen.
And less Bobby.
Agreed.
Hi, everybody.
All right, we have
Here's
to break.
news you can use, and this is being put out by Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of PA Motor Vehicles. Speaking of what, I got this text. It looks legit. and they're telling you have a ticket, you got to pay. They're going to, put out like a arrest warrant or whatever.
It's not real.
It's a phony.
Oh, God.
And so the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it really does. You get a text, it looks legitimate. So they want you to report it to them. So just a heads up, that's an important one. All right, sponsor real quick, Kitchen Magic. Looking to remodel your kitchen? Kitchen Magic. Their products are made right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. So obviously there are no surprises, no tariff delays. That's not impacting you at all because they're here. They're family-owned, American-made. And for this month, you save up to 30%. What are you waiting for? Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Thank you, Kitchen Magic, for sponsoring our 7 a.m. edition of our news. Nick, I know that we do have some flood watches and warnings that are going to happen overnight in the
That's
weather.
right. Due to time constraints, here's your Philly weather. It's not great. It'll be better next week. It's brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts at MTRUHL.com.
Get a Generac generator. I swear to you, my parents have one. It is amazing because, you know Kayal up there in the sleep belt, they always lose power.
They do it 5 times a summer.
All the time. So it's given me peace of mind because, my parents are in their 70s and I need to make sure that they don't lose power, and with a Generac generator, they don't.
That's right. All right, coming up next, let's dive into this Penn story with gender-affirming surgery and also an update to the ridiculous grading system in San Francisco. Both on deck. Sean Farish about a half hour from now for the Cut Sheet. Stay right there.
Think Gallows for dads and grads. Enjoy a sumptuous meal at Gallows in the Northeast. Online, gallowsandburgerbar.com. Savor an incredible variety of homemade food, delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's Burger, the shrimp mac and cheese. Quality, variety, and value. Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar. Gallowsandburgerbar.com. Ask about their beautiful event space for your next gathering. Gallowsandburgerbar.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Every day, kids at CHOP face medical battles no child should have to fight. That's why this May, United Tire and Service stands beside them, and you can too. Donate at any United Tire location and they'll match your gift dollar for dollar to support the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Behind every small donation is a big heart and a child who needs it. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Join them in making a difference. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, it's Rich Zeal. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't
isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$7:23, it's Kayal and Company. As we roll on, it's a Friday morning. Sean Farish will join us for a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. That's coming up at 7:45 this morning. Farish has been on one, by the way, lately, too. A lot of people going after him on X over his unfortunate swatting incident from months and months ago. We have to talk to him about that coming up in a little bit. But I want to talk about this story in the Inquirer, and I know, Dawn, you've done some great reporting on this, you, Beth Ann Rossica, and others. Headline, Penn ceases gender-affirming surgery for patients under age 19. The Inquirer writes the following: Penn Medicine is the latest health system to stop providing gender-affirming surgery to patients under age 19 following a federal order aimed at blocking access to such care for transgender minors. President Donald Trump in January issued an executive order that bars federal funding for gender-affirming care, including hormone therapy, puberty blockers, or surgeries for transgender patients under age 19. The order directed agencies to cease grants and other funding that could be used for gender-affirming care. Penn is amongst a growing number of health systems across the country that have backed off of gender-affirming care services for youth under threat of losing critical federal financial support. They go on to write the following: the executive order is not legally binding, but it has had a chilling effect on health systems because it's unclear how far-reaching funding restrictions could be. Earlier this week, HHS sent a letter to state medical boards and healthcare providers urging them to comply. Penn does not generally treat minors in its gender-affirming care program, but officials said the health system is in the process of notifying, quote, a small number of individuals affected by the policy change. You know, the thing, there's always been a couple of things that I've stood by on this, what I believe is an absurd conversation. And I think a lot of it's, medically proven to be factually based. Your brain doesn't finish formulating until you're in your mid-20s, right? I think it's 24, 25, 26. And then my rule of thumb on this has always been Minors should be off the table. This should not be happening. We should not be allowing schools or guidance counselors to kind of keep this hush-hush away from the parent. The state is not raising your child. You, as a parent, raise your child. But as far as age goes, I said, look, if you want to do this once you become an adult, age 18, that's fine. I look at it this way. I think it's disgusting to do it to a minor. I think it's a money grab. I think a lot of these youth out there are dealing with a mental health crisis. I think some of it's a fad. Some of it's a trend to say I'm trans, and maybe they're going to grow out of this little stage of their life. But when you're 18, you can join the military, and a foreign nation can blow your head off. It's your right to go into the military. If you're 18 and you want to chop your breasts off or remove your genitals or go from A to B, knock yourself out. You're an adult. You do you. But the thing that has always bothered me, Dawn, with this, and I always go back to the story that I remember seeing in 2021 when I was still in Nashville. The CHOP of Nashville is owned and operated by Vanderbilt University. And they were exposed, I want to say it was either Shapiro or Matt Walsh, for performing these gender-mutilating surgeries on minors. And then once it became public, they scrubbed their website. They removed all mention of that entire medical genre, so to speak. I never liked, because to me, if you think you're in the right, you're doing nothing wrong. You don't run from it. You don't hide from it. You stand by your words. You double down. You don't cover up your face if you're protesting with a mask. If you believe you are right and virtuous, you do it. You do it with pride. You don't do it in a clandestine, rogue kind of way. And I feel like a lot of these medical institutions, they do it on the down low because there's a lot of money to be made. So I'm curious your thoughts on this, because I know you've been talking and reporting about a lot of it.
Well, so in Pennsylvania, and I believe also New Jersey, the issue that I have with this is that traditionally Medicaid would cover gender affirming health care. And that was, and that has been proved through some of the freedom of information requests that have been made to various hospitals and hospital systems across the region. And so this is part of the battle that you're seeing with regards to when they say Medicaid cuts. My belief here is that within Congress, within the Trump administration, some of his executive orders, what they're trying to do is say that gender affirming care, surgeries, invasive situations, should they in fact, should our tax dollars essentially cover this?
Mm-hmm.
And so Medicaid, so that was the one story that I reported to you that was a Freedom of Information request was this was in the Pittsburgh area. These were foster kids who were, and it was an unusually large number of foster kids who were all receiving, underage teens, receiving gender-affirming health care, including surgeries and the different hormone therapies. And so this is the question, I think this is what is next.
Mm-hmm.
Because even the story in the Inquirer, they do acknowledge that, for example, they're still giving those the hormones, even if they're under the age of 19 or 18.
Well, and to further what you're saying with the Inquirer, it says it's also covered not only under Medicaid, but Medicare and the Affordable Care Act. So we're talking about three different,
Yeah, and so I reported Medicaid, Medicare. I don't know how it works under the Affordable Care Act, because in many instances you're paying for that or paying a copay.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the issue is Medicaid for these, let's say the foster care kids from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That was a Pennsylvania finding. And so how much money is going to these underage kids utilizing Medicaid when other kids might not get other care? It's bizarre to me that these are invasive. I'm talking about invasive surgeries.
Oh, yes.
Removing a penis, vaginal surgeries, cutting off the breasts of a 14 to 18-year-old.
Well, we played the video. We had it, I don't know, maybe close to a year ago in the cut sheet. Remember, we had the female that became male, had her breasts removed, and we played the video. I think it was that individual and perhaps the brother sitting out on the deck, and the female, now with no longer having breasts, you saw that huge scar that went right across the torso. Like, to your point, this is not like getting a cavity filled.
No, I mean, this is, you're looking at a month to 2 months of recovery. And so let's just say somebody, whether you want to say it's some kind of dysphoria or whatever's going on, for any teenager, for anybody, if you're an adult and you have that invasive of a surgery, think about how long it takes to recover from that. I think that they have to get this right. In Europe and other countries, they have done all of these studies. We're behind on this. And just now you see all of at least our children's hospitals and our hospital systems locally, they're starting to recognize this and listen to the European studies.
It's amazing. Europe has everything figured out. They have the studies on the efficacy of masks. They have the studies on the efficacy and the results of all of these transgender surgeries. They put 4 ingredients in their food. We put 17 preservatives in our food. The Europeans are light years ahead of us in so many categories when it pertains to our physical well-being and our mental well-being, which is also the other angle I want to look at this story. You ever notice, too, with all of these hospitals or these schools where there's these transgender stories, you ever notice how localized and regionalized they are? You see them in the Northeast. You see them in the Pacific Northwest. You see them on the West Coast. When's the last transgender story we had from Kansas? When's the last transgender story we had from Arkansas or Ohio or Florida? That, I think, leads to some more credence to what I'm saying on this is a trend, this is a fad, and if you're 12, maybe you should hold off until you're 18, 22, 24, 25, and see if you really want to go through with this. And I've long been one of these people where I don't tell other people how to parent. You want to get your kid the COVID shot at 6 years old? I don't think it's necessary, but you do you. But this is kind of like where I want to almost draw the line a little bit, at least from a talk show standpoint, and say, you're really going to have your 12-year-old go through this? We've played some of these clips from mainstream media. CBS or CNN, they sit down with this mom and this child, and they're in a clinical setting, and then the mom's emotional. And it's also always the mom. You never really see the father in these stories. I don't know if it's because the dad is embarrassed, the dad disagrees with the decision that maybe the mom is making, maybe the dad's not in the kid's life. That's another issue. We have a parental crisis, I think, in this country. But it's interesting. It always seems to be the mom that's involved, and it seems to be regionalized in certain more liberal to progressive regions of this country. You think there's anything to that?
That was, remember you played that like in a big take with, it was Bill Maher, right? Who the surprised Democrats because he had said that. Why is it? Why is this a regional thing? Why is it in California or the East Coast, but not the middle of the country? How could that be? And the Democrats, remember, the progressives were furious with him. And I think that's when Bill Maher was starting to make his own transition.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I think that, and I think that's just it. You look at Bill, I wonder, you were talking about ratings. What are his ratings? I think he's grown in popularity because he's pretty consistent in calling things out and calling it like he sees it.
Yeah. So that's the story if you want to read it. Sarah Gantz in the Inquirer. It was published yesterday.
How did they phrase it, by the way? Like what's the headline?
They are ceasing gender-affirming surgery for patients under age 19.
Okay.
Ceasing. So I'm assuming that means done. It's not a pause.
Okay.
Like the pause on the tariffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like this is, I guess, permanently done. Is that how you read into it, Dawn? Or do you think this is just hey, we're going to stop this until, Trump's out of office or until we get more clarification on federal funding?
They're saying they said as a result of the current guidance established by the federal government, Penn Medicine is no longer able to provide gender-affirming surgical procedures. See, I think part of this has to do with the federal guidance. Part of it has to do with these so-called cuts in Medicaid. They're not going to use Medicaid to remove the breasts of a 14-year-old girl who identifies as a boy. And so it's plastic surgery. So these are plastic surgeons.
So they deem it cosmetic?
Yes.
Okay.
It involves plastic surgeons, facial surgery, the neck surgery to remove the Adam's apple.
Well, I'll tell you, that to me is, I'm glad that they label it cosmetic, but then again, the fact that you can have this taken care of and paid for with taxpayer dollars, to me, is outrageous. And I'll give you the reason why. I think in the insurance industry, what they deem medically necessary versus what they deem cosmetic is a little ridiculous. And I'll give you a perfect example. I have had for 7 or 8 years a mild case, mild to moderate, comes and goes, of TMJ. And you can go to a dentist, you could go to an oral surgeon, but a lot of the times, and it's kind of a...
Do you wear
I wear a night guard when I sleep for like grinding my teeth.
Good.
Yeah, because I'm a very tense human being. So like my jaw tenses up a lot. So there's a lot of different ways you can treat it, but one of the ways in which you can, quote, cure it is like high-end cosmetic dental work with like crowns and veneers to get your bite to be very perfect. But I don't need a TV smile, nor am I paying $45,000 to have pearly white teeth, like I'm on Fox News hosting The Five. So to me, like, you're dealing with like a physical ailment, and then the insurance company said, well, that's not medically necessary. You can wear a night guard, which helps a little bit. You could take Tylenol, which helps a little bit. But yet we're going to cover under taxpayer dollars the mutilation of children because that's, quote, medically necessary. I mean, come on. I'm not saying I'm going to, pull a Luigi Mangione here, but, when people complain about the healthcare industry, I think these are two examples that illustrate their points, and they have a lot of merit with that argument.
Well, and to your point, if they're doing plastic surgery on a 14-year-old who no longer wants breasts, why is it that this one tiny percentage, this tiny group of individuals was and in some states still, I guess, is covered under Medicaid or Medicare? And so how is it then that, let's say, a woman who breastfed her kids and now her breasts are a little saggy, and she says, well, I identify as a woman with perky breasts. Why can't I go in for why wouldn't my Medicare or whatever coverage, why don't I get a breast lift? How come they won't cover that for a biological, a real woman, as Caroline Levitt said, a real woman? Then she corrected herself. It's not politically correct to say real woman, but you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Or what about somebody that gave birth to a bunch of big babies, vaginal birth? What about a vaginal rejuvenation? How come they don't cover that? They would never cover that. And they would never deem that as part of your mental health or your overall, I don't know, what do they call it? Your physical and mental well-being. They would never do that for a biological woman.
And for the record, I am on board with vaginal rejuvenation.
Woo-hoo!
I think we need to make vaginas great again. I will campaign on that in 2036, and I will steamroll the Democrat in a blowout.
Woo! Nick Kayal for vagina rejuvenation.
MIVGA, make vaginas great again. Put it on the hat right now. 855-839-1210. Sean Farish will join us live from Nashville for the cut sheet. He's coming up next. We got a great variety of clips to get to, which starts at 7:45 and typically goes to about 9:30 or so. Kayal and Company, we're back after this.
Talk Radio 1210's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us Friday, June 6th for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, to kick things off in style. Kayal and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. Stop by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then, 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. It's Friday, June 6th. We'll see you there.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
The 20% small business tax deduction has helped small businesses grow, hire, and invest. But unless Congress acts, the deduction will end this year, and Pennsylvania's small businesses will be hit with a massive tax hike. Representative Ryan McKenzie just voted to protect over 33 million small businesses from this massive tax hike. Visit smallbusinessdeduction.com and thank him for supporting Pennsylvania's small businesses. Paid for by the National Federation of Independent Business.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Oh, yeah, the time has arrived. It is 7:45 on the dot. Sean Farish is with us for a Farish Friday. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, we're doing well. Riling people up and rustling feathers on social media as normal. I've already been accused about 4 times of being paid to make posts on behalf of the nation of Israel, which means we're just doing well. You know, it's always the Jews, right?
You're in BB's back pocket.
Sure. You know, it would be great. What would be really great is if like one of the people that I've been accused of taking money from actually paid, because it would be a nice little boost. You know, it would be nice.
All right, let's get to it. Stocker's got the cut sheet all ready to go.
Yeah.
Let's
start
on the cut sheet.
Ooh, what's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Staples. How many times have we all said, well, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back. And it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples, that was easy. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring the ever-important and my favorite edition, Farish Friday, Cut Sheet Edition. I want to start, I don't usually do this, but I want to start with something because I'm dying to get Sean's take on this. We played this yesterday. It's been played a lot. But I want to start with Dan Bongino on Fox and Friends yesterday talking about the Epstein things because I know Sean is going to have a lot of thoughts on this. Saying that there will be video evidence that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Dan Bongino said that on Fox and Friends yesterday. In case you weren't here with us yesterday, we talked about this about 9:30. It happened a little late in the show.
Yep.
Roll this, Phil.
Those 2 cases obviously are of significant public interest. I'm just telling you what we see in the file. I just want to be crystal clear on this. I am not asking anyone to believe me. I'm telling you what's there and what isn't. Right. There is nothing in the file at this point on the Epstein case, and there's going to be a disclosure on this coming shortly. We are working through there is video. That is something the public does not.
There's video of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. There was only one camera. There's video that when you look at the video, and we will release. That's what's taken a while on this. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing. If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
Sean, we gave our thoughts on this yesterday late in the show. Let's get yours. I just want to, after you give your take, I see there's a little something here, the way Bongino framed the wording, that I'm going to just float out to the audience, but your take.
Well, I've been saying this probably for the last couple of weeks about, because Bongino and Patel did that joint interview with Maria Bartiromo, and people got a little upset because of what he said about Epstein. Obviously, a lot of us for a long time had firmly believed that there was no way that he had killed himself. I do remember a caller called into this station, I think it was 2 weeks ago, and mentioned he was law enforcement, and this is what happens with people like Epstein, where somebody will get to him and say, hey, look, if, one way or the other, something bad's going to happen to you in here, you could do it on your terms or you could do it on the jail's terms, essentially, and put him into a spot. Look, I don't know how Epstein died. I don't think, none of us know one way or the other how it happened 100%. And Dan Bongino, as a podcaster, just like us, speaking about it on the radio or on my show or people on their shows, we can theorize, we can speculate, and make it clear to the audience that, hey, this, and this, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G could suggest that it wasn't a suicide, that maybe it was something else, something far more nefarious or shady. As the FBI director and deputy FBI director, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are bound only to talk about what exists in the evidence file. There's an ethics protocols, one of them being the duty of impartiality and objectivity. And they're not allowed to publicly speculate about anything that's not included or supported by evidence in the file that they have. So that's why Dan Bongino, I believe yesterday on Fox and Friends, mentioned what's in the evidence file says that Epstein killed himself. And I'm not telling you that I necessarily believe the evidence file. What I'm saying is I believe that what is in that evidence file is what Dan Bongino is saying is in the evidence file. I don't think he's lying to us that he read the file and what's in the file suggests that Epstein killed himself. Was the file corrupted? Is the file incomplete? Was information destroyed? It's very possible. But unless we can prove that, right now, he has to go where the evidence takes him as a law enforcement professional and not as a podcaster. So, I think he framed it appropriately. I think he made his point. I don't know how Epstein died, right? Yeah. I have no idea. I'm excited to see this video, and this video apparently is not him hanging himself, but it's supposed to be evidence that shows that Epstein was alone at the time of his hanging. So we'll see, right? But I don't think this is people are acting like this is Bongino is corrupt and now no, he's not allowed to do what he did on his podcast. He's not a podcaster anymore. He's deputy FBI director. New job, new rules, essentially. And I think, and that's not me saying that I believe what the FBI is giving him or what's in that file. All I'm saying is he's telling us what's in the file, and that's all he's allowed to tell us.
Yes.
Because he can't do what he did on his podcast anymore. He's got many more new rules that bind what he can say.
Yeah, and you kind of went down the road I was going to go down here, and you mentioned the file, and you're talking about the file here in the last 90 seconds. I want to go back to the way Bongino frames this, and he's done this now multiple times. Remember the sit down where it was Bongino and Patel with Brett Baer. Phil, let's roll this again, and I'm going to tell you when to stop it once I hear what exactly that caught my ear again here.
Those two cases obviously are of significant public interest. I'm just telling you what we see in the file. I just want to be crystal clear on this. I am not asking anyone to believe me. I'm telling you what's there and what isn't.
Right.
Stop it
right there. What's there and what isn't. So that really, I think, should open up Pandora's box, if you will. Is this file corrupt? Has it been altered? Because it's not like the real file is going to say, we snuffed out Epstein. Sentence 1, paragraph 1, right? You bring up JFK, the assassination. It's not like the real sinister intention is typed out and spelled for you so we can all solve the case, right?
Can I just say one thing, what you're saying here? BBC article, January 10th, 2020. Jeffrey Epstein's jail CCTV erased by technical errors. Surveillance video from disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein's first suspected suicide attempt was destroyed by accident, prosecutors said.
Destroyed by accident.
U.S. prosecutors say the jail mistakenly saved footage from the wrong cell. Epstein, a convicted sex offender, first tried to kill himself in July of last year, then hanged himself in jail in August while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. He pled not guilty to abusing dozens of girls, blah, 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 blah. Soon after Epstein's death in August, 2 of the CCTV cameras outside his cell had malfunctioned and were being examined by the FBI, U.S. media reports. That was January of 2020. I'm just reading you to put another layer on this.
So not only do the cameras malfunction, but then what was on said cameras accidentally get erased.
Yeah.
Right.
So to your point with Bongino and Patel, based on when they walk in to the Hoover building and they see the files and they have access to all the different filing cabinets and hard drives and everything else, right? Maybe what they have access to is just he died by suicide. There's blah, 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 blah. So in that regard, Bongino could be being truthful. Well, this is all that's there, Don't blame me.
And that's all he's allowed to say, right? He can't he can't go on Fox News and take, if you're watching on YouTube, I do this all the time. If this is the evidence file, he
comes with props.
And he reads the evidence file, and the evidence file says, leads him to believe that Epstein killed himself. He can't wave this around on TV and go, this is bull. You know what I mean? He can't do that.
Yeah.
He's not allowed to do. You can't do that as the deputy director of the FBI. You can do that if you're running a podcast, if you're on a radio show, if you're in the media. You can go, yeah, well, I think the file is nonsense. Well, you could say that because you're not bound by the duty of impartiality and objectivity that the FBI director and the deputy director are bound by. It's really that simple. He can't publicly speculate about the evidence. Publicly speculate, right? That's why he said on Fox and Friends yesterday, I'm just telling you what is there and what is not there. Yep. He is telling us in the file that he has access to, there is no evidence that exists that suggests that Epstein didn't kill himself.
Yep.
That doesn't mean to me, and that doesn't make me go, all right, Epstein didn't kill himself.
No.
I still have a ton of questions.
Shows you the levels to which they'll go to cover this up to make it look very clean, like he killed himself, because they're presumably, the assumption is, there's a lot of high, powerful people that were involved in this.
Well, here's the thing, and Ed Durr, who's on the YouTube chat, brings up a good point. We seem to be really focused on whether he killed himself or not. Like, don't you think that's just kind of icing on the cake? Isn't the bigger story, when are the Epstein files?
Correct.
When is all the evidence? When is all this stuff going to be released?
Correct.
I feel like we're kind of parsing words on whether Epstein killed himself, was aided in killing himself.
We're going down the wrong path.
It seems to be the wrong path. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
And I'll tell you why that's happening, right? Because people, and this was bound to happen once Dan Bongino and Kash Patel took the roles. Everybody wants a scoop these days, right? So they look at an answer that any official gives, whether if it's Donald Trump and he said we love Bibi Netanyahu, great guy, they go he's owned by Israel, right? Or if it's or conversely, like somebody makes an anti-Israel statement and that person, the scoop is they're owned and paid by Qatar or some other country. You know what I mean? Everyone's looking to take words and say, all right, the reason why this person said those words is because of some theory that I'm going to come up with and push on the internet and get some likes and get some views and get some clicks without any supporting evidence. Some people have supporting evidence. Some people have strong opinions, and there's a big difference, right? So what I think happens here is Bongino, as we said, is making comments based off of what's in the file. Someone didn't like what he said. Many people didn't like what he said. And now they rush to judgment, right, to be, well, I'm first to call him out. He's corrupt. Well, Ed Durr and what we're saying here, Ed Durr on the YouTube chat is true. Who cares how he died? He's dead.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I don't know. No matter what happened, he's in hell. Okay, that guy is dead. He's gone. Okay, that's the end.
Yep.
But I want to know about his network. Yep. I don't care about how he died.
Yep.
I don't care what other people think about how he died.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know who was in his network. Who was doing what to little children? What was going on that island? The way he died in the jail cell, to me, doesn't matter. Right? Yep. That's like small potatoes. He's dead. It's not going to bring him back. It's not going to change anything he did. Right? So why don't we should focus on the more nefarious things, not did his, was his death a suicide? And unfortunately, like people they want Bongino and Patel to be like, yeah, Hillary walked into the jail cell with a gun and shot him in the head. Like that's what people want.
Yeah,
well,
and
you can also.
Well, that's what we all know.
Yeah, so that's confirmed. I mean, but we all also realize too. I mean, I'm sure if you because now Bongino has worded that the same way in multiple interviews.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's his way of protecting himself.
No, Sean's
or letting the public know, like, hey, I'm just telling you.
Sean is 100% right. He's not a podcaster anymore. He works for the FBI. He has a really important job. He can't sit here. He can't sit here like the four of us are doing and pontificate.
Yeah.
Like that's just not his job
now,
anymore.
if you get him off the record and you wrap up, the cameras and the mics are done rolling. Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
You believe that file? He's probably like, F no.
It's possible.
One more on Bongino. He says one of the ways to rebuild public trust is to re-examine cases of significant public interest that matter. I agree with this. Roll this.
So the moment Kash and I swore in, we realized that the first thing we had to do is rebuild public trust. This is your FBI. It's not mine. I tell the employees every day, you don't own it, you don't own it, I don't own it. It's like being the center fielder for the Yankees. That'll live with you forever, but you don't own the Yankees. It's a proud franchise. The place has taken a reputational hit. There is zero question about it. There were a lot of bad actors. One of them still out there causing us all kinds of trouble. So we had to fix it and rebuild public trust. One of the ways to do it is these cases of significant public interest that matter. We had 2 pipe bombs planted on January 6th. I mean, we were told by partisan actors out there this was the insurrection. The world was going to fall apart, and no one seemed to show any interest in this case. The second we got in, I put a team on it, and I said, I want answers on this. And I'm pretty confident that we're closing in on some suspects. We got to. The reason, by the way, I use social media with these cases, I'm trying to communicate on social media, is nothing's by accident, guys. I do nothing by accident. Every time I put a tweet out on it, we get tips. We got a fascinating tip on one of these cases, one of the 3. I don't want to say which one, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to close out one of them, hopefully shortly. And then the cocaine in the White House, I saw someone on social media, which is fine. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. We work for you, but said, I don't care about the case. Yeah, I do. I was a Secret Service agent. A potentially hazardous material made its way into the White House. Nobody seems to know how it got there, and nobody seemed to investigate it fully. Like, what planet do we live on where that's not of public interest? So,
which one do you think he's alluding to that they're close to solving? Do you think it's the pipe bomb? Do you think it's the cocaine from 2 Julys ago? I'd like to think it's the pipe bomb one. That's the one that I think carries more weight with me. I kind of have my belief as to what it is and who had the cocaine in the White House. What are you going to do? I mean, I don't think anything's going to happen there.
Right.
But I would like to see that person in the hooded sweatshirt that was planning pipe bombs be brought to justice.
$500,000 reward.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the pipe bomb that they're close to closing next. I think Ed Martin made some comments that he's also working with the FBI to try and solve that case, and they've been looking for the identity of that person for a long time. It's just, to me, it strikes me as odd, right? That we know the identity of, grandmothers who went inside the velvet ropes and said a prayer inside the Capitol, but we don't know who put a bomb outside of the DNC and the RNC on January 6th, right? There's a lot. And Bongino, I listened to him like religiously from 2018 onward, right? So that he got so fixated on that pipe bomb case that he wants to solve that case. I think that's the one that he's talking about, that they're close to solving.
One more on the Epstein thing. Mike Benz, I don't know if you guys know him. He's a former official with the U.S. Department of State and a current executive director of the Foundation for Freedom Online. Says that it's no coincidence that Epstein killed himself under Bill Barr's watch.
Yeah, I've never liked Bill Barr's explanations publicly.
He explains. Roll this.
Bill Barr was the head of the Justice Department when Epstein died in prison. I totally agree with your analysis. There's no way both security cameras glitch out, both security guards fall asleep, the visitor log page is ripped out of the notebook. And who was the head of the Justice Department at the time that happened under? It was Bill Barr. Bill Barr was the CIA's mop-up man. He told his high school guidance counselor, this is in his own autobiography, that his dream job was to run the CIA. His first job was working for the CIA. His first 7 years of his career he spent at the CIA. He went to night law school while he was at the CIA, basically worked through law school with the CIA. His first job out of law school was protecting the CIA from the Iran-Contra investigation when the CIA was perceived to have gone rogue, to work in tandem with Santos Traficante and the whole Tampa and Louisiana and network in Miami in order to run guns to the Nicaraguan Contras and to work with all of the different paramilitary groups that needed guns and laundered money all over Operation Condor and Iran-Contra there. When Congress tried to investigate the CIA, it was Bill Barr. Literally, the Washington Post described him as the mop-up man, the CIA's mop-up man to block congressional inquiry into Iran-Contra. He then becomes the head of the Justice Department twice, the second time under Trump. And not only that, Bill Barr's father, Donald Barr, was the mentor to Jeffrey Epstein. He was literally, was a student of Bill Barr's dad at the same high school.
Unbelievable. When it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's usually a duck. You see that all the time. And you go back to this case, you hear Epstein's brother with the way the imprint was left around the neck from the hanging. And then you just add all these pieces together. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. It's actually insulting for people to say, yeah, no, he just killed himself. It's that the camera's coincidence, accidental deleted of the footage. It's just, human error, right? I just also heard, by the way, Bongino and Patel, but specifically Bongino, they talked on Fox and Friends yesterday about the July 13th assassination attempt. We knew that Thomas Matthew Crooks was cremated, but did you know they also hosed down the roof that he was on? So
like within a week.
Yeah. Come on, man. It's not
that's one of those things.
conspiratorial. It's just common sense.
That's one of those other ones where Bongino again was given the evidence, and they made a statement that he acted alone, which I don't believe. I don't believe Thomas Matthew Crooks acted alone. I don't believe it's possible, right? But again, what he's been given. Think about it. If Dan Bongino is given evidence at that position, and the evidence says that Crooks acted alone, and he comes out there and says, well, Crooks didn't act alone. Now he's basically throwing the Secret Service under the bus as the deputy director of the FBI, and you're having all of these institutional bureaucratic clashes.
Mm-hmm.
So again, he can only talk about what the evidence shows. And if the evidence that he's been given says that Thomas Matthew Crooks acted alone, that's all he can say. I don't believe for a second. Like, I feel more strongly. Is that the way you're supposed to phrase
Don't
it? Who
ask
knows?
me. Don't ask me. I have no idea.
Right? I feel more strongly that Crooks had help than that Epstein didn't kill himself. Right?
Yeah,
so I believe it's more likely that Crooks had help than it is that Epstein was murdered by someone and didn't actually commit suicide. There are, I think, some holes in the Epstein didn't kill himself story, such as you mentioned Epstein's brother with the mark on the neck. Well, that mark on the neck came from Dr. Michael Baden, who was also hired by George Floyd's family to push the narrative that he died of asphyxiation, when it's called into question, was it asphyxiation or was it fentanyl, right? So, Michael Baden is basically a hired gun autopsy doctor at this point, where a team will bring him in and will pay him a lot, and he will basically say what he wants you to say. Now, Baden in the Epstein autopsy never said that he believed it was homicide. He said it's more common to see this type of injury with homicide, but he didn't call it a homicide. Right. So there doesn't exist a file or an autopsy that says Epstein was murdered. There's Michael Baden's autopsy that says it's more consistent with homicide than it is with suicide, but he didn't rule it a homicide. So I think there's more holes in the Epstein didn't kill himself story than there are with the Thomas Matthew Crooks acted alone. So I don't think Thomas Matthew Crooks acted alone at all. Yeah. He's communicating with people with encrypted phones and all this other stuff. Maybe he was in a signal chat with Pete Hegseth. I don't know. But, I'm just kidding. I don't think Pete Hegseth had anything to do with the assassination.
My general rule of thumb with a lot of these big stories is when the attempted assassin, the shooter, the killer, is deceased, they kill him, and there's all sorts of oddities, and then the story disappears from media coverage.
Oh, yeah.
That's usually the red flag for me, right? Like the Parkland school shooting, I don't think was, a false flag or anything. I think it was just a sick individual. Go to the Vegas shooting from MGM down into the country concert. That story disappeared. It just vanished, right?
Something's up. We still know the motive.
Yes.
How do we not know the motive?
That guy was able to carry bag after bag of ammunition through a casino where they've got cameras everywhere, and nobody noticed anything. So that's where I'm with you with Crooks, with Epstein. The ones that there's a lot of boxes that you have to check. It's like a DEI list for a Democrat, right? If the story disappears from the media, if the killer is cremated and everything is scrubbed, his house is cleaned out. By the way, Thomas Matthew Crooks' house has apparently been completely wiped clean. The parents don't even come out of the house. It's a bizarre story. I find it hard to believe that a 20-year-old can get 130 yards away on a large object. Even if Jimmy Kelly was the head of the Secret Service, he would say, somebody cover that roof.
Yeah. By the way, Jimmy Matthews brings up a good point. Virginia Jeffrey or whatever. She didn't kill herself either.
That is bizarre.
This whole thing stinks.
That was a bizarre story.
Yeah. JD Vance was on with I think he was on with Greg Kelly on Newsmax last night, saying because Dawn pointed out at 6 o'clock that there will be a press conference today at 1:30. Trump and Elon Musk, because today is supposed to be the last day of Elon Musk. But he says the Elon era isn't over. He'll remain an advisor. This is cut 22. Philip.
I think what he's done is really incredible. People sort of forget that when he came into the U.S. government, we had never had a full-scale effort to actually look at, are we spending the American people's dollars wisely? And he found in a very short period of time over $170 billion of waste, fraud, and abuse. I think there's also an effort by the media to sort of say the Elon era is over. And I think that's actually totally wrong. Now, he has obviously a day job, and he's got to go back to his day job to run his companies. But the Doge effort will continue. Elon will continue to be an important advisor for both me and the president. And most importantly, the job of making the government more efficient, of not wasting people's money, that has to continue. I think it's one of the most important mandates that we got from the American people. We're going to keep on executing on that mandate.
I think this is one of these cases where two things can be true at once. The AP 2 nights ago with a ridiculous headline in all capital letters, breaking, Elon Musk leaves the Trump administration after turbulent effort to slash government. No, he was playing. It was all coordinated. He would leave after 130 days. I think 130 days was either May 28th or it's today, May 30th. Either way, today's the last day of May for the calendar week of, Monday through Friday. So today's Friday. That's it. But do I think there were probably a little bit of the butting of the heads? I do. I mean, you've got two powerful, egotistical, wealthy men, and you heard Elon say on that CBS interview, the big, beautiful bill, well, it can't be both, right? It can't be big and be beautiful. And he probably feels like, you know what? Damn, I tried. I tried to cut the waste, fraud, and abuse. We'll see how the vote goes next week. But it's even for Elon Musk, the wealthiest guy on earth, to drain the swamp. Now you see what people are dealing with when they want to, drain the swamp and, get rid of all of these corrupt actors. It's almost impossible to do.
I think with the with the Doge cuts, everyone's looking for the Doge cuts. I'm looking for them too.
Yep.
They're approaching it the right way with these rescissions packages, which are pretty cool. So, in the big, beautiful bill, they couldn't implement many of the Doge cuts because it's discretionary spending. It's not mandatory spending. So, you can't address discretionary spending in a reconciliation package. So a lot of the Doge cuts that were discretionary, the $10 million in Mozambique for whatever things they were doing there, chopping off whatever, and Sesame Street and Iraq. That's all discretionary stuff, right? So they couldn't address that in the big, beautiful bill, which is disappointing, but those are just the rules. But according to several reports, Donald Trump's first rescissions packages are going to be submitted on Monday.
Yep.
Starting with $9.4 billion in cuts, $1.1 billion from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which is PBS and NPR, $8.3 billion from USAID. And the best part about rescissions, there's no limit to the amount of rescissions packages that a president can submit to Congress. So Trump submits this package to Congress, says we want to claw back this money. Congress has 45 days to act. If they don't act within those 45 days, the package fails and the funding is released. But within those 45 days, the funding is temporarily withheld. Congress can make modifications. They cannot be filibustered, and they only need a simple majority in each chamber to be passed, right? So rather than what we saw in the Senate, which was a Doge cut bill that Republicans opposed, I don't necessarily know if all of those Republicans oppose the Doge cut or if they oppose that bill, because in a bill in that way that's passed in the House, passed in the Senate, sent to the president, would need 60 votes in the Senate. Rescissions only need 50 plus 1, right? In other words, tiebreaker with J.D. Vance. So the best way, the most strategic way, the path of least resistance is to do this through rescissions. There's no limit on what the president, how many packages he can send. We're starting with that on Monday, and I think we're going to hear a lot about that plan today at the press conference because, Elon may be disappointed in it, but this is the best way to go forward with it. I'd rather pass rescissions packages and get something cut than pass a Doge cut bill, not get the 60 votes, and have nothing get cut. So from a strategy standpoint, this may be the best way forward.
I can't wait to see which House Republicans do not vote yes on Monday next week. Because we know the names in the Senate. We talked about it earlier this week, both in South Carolina, Tim Scott, Lindsey Graham, Dave McCormick here in Pennsylvania, all of these people that voted against, which is so astounding to me. When you think about, Trump's deportation, you look at polling and approval and favorability numbers, very high. Doge had roughly, I want to say between a 65 and 73% favorability rating in America. And some of these weasels, like Lindsey Graham and all these other senators that's, like you say, Sean, when they sit when they pee, going again, they I'm going to kiss Trump's ass, and I'm going to kiss Trump's ass. And then when it's time to put your name to something and gut the waste, fraud, and abuse, you vote against it. I'm done with those people.
Well, this is why I'm saying those senators who came out against Doge cuts in the Senate, I'm not sure if they came out against the cuts themselves or if they came out against the way that they were trying to pass the cuts. Because if it was, let's say if it was a bill,
Which
Senate Bill 1,
I can respect that. Then I just need
you know
an
what I mean?
explanation as to
I don't know.
why.
I don't know. I have no idea. I wouldn't be shocked if people like Lindsey Graham, and a lot of swamp rats came out against the Doge cuts. But if they came out against Doge cuts in that form, I would understand it because it's never going to get 60 votes. It's never getting 60 votes.
Right.
So the best way to go through it, and we'll see what happens over the next 45 days. If Donald Trump submits his first rescissions package on Monday, we'll see how the Senate handles it. If those people, McCormick and Graham and Scott, et cetera, all come out and vote down that rescissions package, I mean, then it's open season politically, light them up, right? We're not calling for violence, but I mean, by all means, slam them. If they oppose the cuts themselves, it's a problem. If they oppose trying to achieve the cuts by passing legislation that needs 60 votes, strategically it makes sense. That's all I'm saying. That's the both sides of the equation there, because the rescissions packages will be easier to pass through both chambers than the House drafting Doge cuts and sending the bill to the Senate and then needing to get 60 votes. You're not getting a single Democrat vote on any of these packages.
Of course
not happening.
Nope.
Speaking of Elon Musk, New Jersey gubernatorial candidate Mikey Sherrill says that we should drug test Elon Musk.
Yeah, that's the top thing on my mind right now. Let's not look into Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio. Let's drug test Elon Musk.
Nancy Pelosi.
Which, by the way, I think Elon Musk might fail a drug test, to be completely honest. But I don't really care if he's on.
Why don't we drug test everybody?
Yeah.
Why don't we drug test Mikey Sherrill?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Give me a sobriety test
all
right now.
lawmakers.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I gave it to you to the next governor of New Jersey. I know. I'm kidding. All right, roll this.
I mean, this is who Dawn thinks has a great chance.
Oh, look, she's tough to beat.
Yep.
Roll this.
Elon Musk is backing away from his government work, and there have been pieces the last few days about how he's a little disenchanted with politics in general. In the New Jersey governor's race, you've been criticized by some because you, over the years, received donations from a PAC connected to SpaceX. What do you say to those who say that you've received support indirectly from Musk in the past?
Well, here in New Jersey, people know I have been one of the strongest people in fighting back against Elon Musk. I have legislation suggesting we should drug test him, which I believe we should, if he is going to be in some of these positions of trust. I'm glad to see he seems to be leaving our government. I've had some probing questions about what he's doing in the Pentagon, what Doge is doing in the Pentagon. I've flagged my concerns about the air traffic control and been very directive on what we need to do to combat some of the undermining of our air traffic control at Newark and the safety concerns I have at Newark, some of which were made worse by Doge. So I have been very opposed to what we see Elon Musk doing, and certainly I received support from people who are employees of SpaceX. I've given that back to a local food bank because I want to make sure that people here know exactly who I serve, and that's the people of New Jersey.
You know, there's a lot of people out there saying that Elon is now trying to basically go into Jake Tapper mode to rehabilitate his image. To that, I say, first of all, Elon Musk, I hope that's not true because you did nothing wrong. In fact, you did what Obama said he wanted to do that was never able to do. Now, granted, it's a two-pronged battle. Exposing all the waste, fraud, and abuse, finding it, bringing it to light is one thing, which I thank him for. The second part is making sure that this never happens again. We stop funding these ridiculous things. We pay off our debt, so forth and so on. Easier said than done. That's got to be decided in a vote, obviously, with the House and the Senate and things like that. But I would sit there, if I'm Elon Musk, wealthiest guy on the planet, I'm not doing a rehab of my image tour. My Tesla stock will bounce back anyway. Americans forget. Americans move on so quickly because we have the attention span of fleas and ticks. So this whole thing of like, well, for 130 days, I destroyed my brand. You didn't destroy your brand. Bud Light destroyed their brand.
By
I
the
don't
way,
think Elon did.
And Elon, Elon actually, is one of those individuals never took a salary, did it for free.
Nor should he.
Yeah.
You know?
Actually, I take that
he wasn't
back.
gonna pay.
I don't care that he's the wealthiest man on the planet. I would have taken the salary. Same with Trump. I would have taken the $400,000. I would. Capitalism, baby.
Yeah. That's it.
If you're good at
Capitalism,
something,
right? You have a service.
never
That's
do it for free. That's what Heath
Yeah,
Ledger said
that's
is
true.
the Joker.
Listen, Jock Peterson is still hitting 130 for the Texas
Right.
Rangers. He's still taking a salary.
Right.
Elon Musk absolutely takes
His
a salary,
contract's
okay?
still guaranteed.
$37 million
He strikes
over
out
2
9
years.
out of 10 times. Guaranteed
Give me a
contract.
break. By the way, did you see what he used to look like when he started playing baseball and to now? It looks like Jock Peterson ate Jock Peterson.
Well, you see what
He's
I look
starting
like
to
when
resemble
I started this show?
He's
I look like I ate Nick Kayal.
Jock Peterson is starting to resemble the new Jabba the Hutt the Democrats are using to win the the mail vote. Solo. Olivia.
Cut 4 here, Phil. Sean, I gotta get your take on this because you were going around social media yesterday with the hat tips and all of this stuff for this Olivia Herrera, this 22-year-old.
Oh, Olivia Julian Jabba.
Yeah. She's
Such a beautiful first name.
She's the 22-year-old queer, and I'm just reading what she identifies as, a 22-year-old queer, plus-size, disabled Latina of Mexican American descent.
She's a progressive's wet dream.
She has been tapped to help attract young men to the Democrat Party. Is this?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's hear a little bit where she talks about talking to college-age men. Roll this.
Negative view to take on like half of the human race.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things
Hang on a
don't
second.
actually
Pause it for a second.
Olivia Herrera might have eaten Chris Christie.
Wait, is that so? That's her, Sean, on the
Yeah.
That look, is that a dude? That's
On the far
no,
left
I
or the
don't think
big
it's
one?
I think it's the large person on that
Yes.
screen is Olivia Juliana. I believe that's a biological female who resembles Jabba the Hutt.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
I'm very.
She is not a former dude.
This is.
I don't believe that's a former dude.
This is a new world to me, Sean. So you have to.
I
bear
know.
with
I
me.
mean, you have to. It's crazy where we have to ask these questions, right?
Can you start it over, Phil? I appreciate it.
Negative view to take on like half of the human race.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men.
Needs a bigger box.
You know this because we know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with
young men.
I love young men. I love frat guys, and in that I realized like even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always
Still needs a bigger
pro-choice.
box.
They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter. And so I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
I'm not sure that any frat guys like
Well,
her, to be honest.
Can I just say one thing for a second? What she said there, she's not wrong. She's not wrong about young men and their views and their stances on things. But what does that say about the Democrat Party that you can't attract? You can't attract people that probably agree with you on 90% of the issues.
That's a great point.
Or
I'm going to make a
80%.
suggestion
Yeah.
to the Democrat Party because you're right. There's a lot, and you know, I really don't care if you're gay and you get married. It doesn't matter to me what you do in your bedroom is what you do in your bedroom. I don't even care if you're a dude and you wear a dress, right? Just don't read books to children. Don't go in the ladies' room. That's all, right? I mean, I couldn't care less, right? If I were calling shots at the Democrat Party and not David Hogg,
we'll get to him in a
I
second.
may have hired somebody more attractive to make those points. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Because, like what you said, what she said wasn't wrong. The problem is those frat guys that you want to come vote for your candidate are going to see Olivia Juliana talking about it and immediately think they're in Tatooine and about to get eaten by the Zarlak.
I mean, $20 million in search of this. Dude, it's unbelievable. I said that I want to do this job right here. morning radio on 1210 for the rest of my career. I'm going to retire. I'm either going to drop dead at 61 of a heart attack, or I'm going to retire at 65 and move to Florida. One of those two things, right? But if the Democrat Party,
We
the
don't pay you enough
DNC,
to retire at 65.
if the DNC wants to give me the $20 million right now, wire me $20 million right now. I won't even give Stalker 2 weeks notice. I will leave right now and take that $20 million, and I will advise you on how to fix your party. It'll take all of 5 minutes. All you have to do is pick like Sean Farish's brain, and you will figure it out. Olivia Herrera is not going to lead you to victory. David Hogg will not lead you to victory. Harry, I don't have a facial hair on my face, Sisson, will not lead you to victory. They don't get it, and I hope they never do. Me too. I love this. Please roll out AOC. Please anoint her. Please install her, because as we've heard, Bernie Sanders even admits it. The Democrats, they have not allowed you to vote for a candidate since 2008. They have installed people. So please install females with pronouns, and the Republican Party will just keep winning. And I'm good with that.
I'm fine with it.
Olivia Juliana Herrera, if you've never heard of her, she was named one of the 50 most influential people of 2022 by Bloomberg Media, 50 million likes, and was at Joe Biden's State of the Union address.
What does she do, Dawn?
She influenced me to throw up yesterday.
She's from Texas. She's an
Everything's bigger in Texas.
abortion rights advocate from Texas, formerly the director of politics and government affairs for Gen Z for Change. So she's 22 years old. So it looks like she was active on her college campus. And
Not active enough.
She has just graduated from college.
Why are you guys
Don't try to be the adult.
Yes. No, Dawn's providing great context
No,
to
she
this person's
is.
background.
That's what she
Look,
does.
I understand there are people that make a killing on the internet. Sean Farish, you do a nice living for yourself largely on social media. But sometimes, now Sean Farish, great on
That's
social
because
media.
Israel pays my mortgage.
That's right. And you're also great on radio. You're great on TV. That's why Newsmax has you on. But some people only thrive on social media, and then when they're brought out of that little ecosphere into, quote, the real world, they fail. Olivia Herrera will fail. She will not lead the Democrats to anything of prominence.
According to her Wikipedia page, Olivia Juliana, she was born and raised in Texas. She lives in Houston. She identifies as queer, plus-size, disabled Latina.
Yes.
I'd say she's queer.
I think she was the one a year or so ago
I think that's accurate.
at a rally where she was like complaining and crying about like Medicare or Medicaid cuts or
that was her.
I think she's
Yes,
like saying
okay,
how
I'm putting this all together
I'm so
now.
afflicted,
I
and,
Yes.
which I feel bad for her. If she's disabled, I'm not making fun of that. But if Democrats, that's the thing that blows me away. Is like you still haven't learned a damn thing.
All right, I need a moment of truth from Stenslin here for a second. You know I love you, my love. You have two young, not young, but 18 to 21 boys. Mm-hmm. This chick is not speaking to frat guys. Am I right?
I'm not going to speak. You can have David.
Come on.
I know you want David.
Come on. I want David to say, hey, if this woman comes up to your school and is like, let me tell you about
how
this.
do you know that David's a frat guy?
It doesn't even have to be frat guys. I'm just talking about young 18-year-old males on college.
Dawn, which boy's at Penn State now?
Michael.
Is he a frat bro?
No.
Okay.
And I don't know if David, he's still in high school. Will he go for a frat? I have no idea. But I
just need him.
I don't really know who this young lady is. I have no idea. But
I think she speaks to Golden Corral.
But I will tell you this: as much as you guys have your immature little things,
it's true.
I mean, she looks much like some of the girls that I see in the Junior Olympics or high school shot putters and that sort of thing. I don't know that she's athletic because she says I don't know what her disability is. Yeah. So I don't think it has to do with her looks or her queerness or her Latina-ness. It has to do, again, with is she an authentic person? Is she a likable person? Because if she's using those things to try to get across some cause that nobody relates to, then I think you're right. She won't resonate. But Oprah Winfrey back in the day was told as a TV anchor woman, you're fat, you're black,
oh boy.
you will never be successful. I guess she proved that individual wrong who was like from a small media market. So I think it has nothing to do with her looks, really. It has to do with, is she authentic?
College.
And do
We're
people,
talking about
also,
college guys,
say what
Dawn.
you- yeah.
I mean,
but also
it has to do with her looks.
Say what you want about Oprah. Oprah did have a talent, right?
That's what I'm talking
Oprah
about.
was not some 1986 DEI selection.
Yeah, that's a good point, Nick.
Right?
No, that's my whole point. My whole point for
But
the
this
whole morning
Olivia is
is
not as talented as Oprah.
Right.
I think that's the point Nick is making.
Obama wasn't a DEI president. Obama is one of the best speakers and communicators,
Absolutely.
orators. Forget his policy. Forget what you think about him. Forget about Big Mike. All of that. His presentation cut
he's
through.
reading the YouTube.
Cut through.
Stop.
By the way,
It has nothing. Here's what
all right.
doesn't resonate with guys, with 18 to 29-year-old guys.
Non-hot
is
women.
this-
Fat chicks.
Is this?
Come on, you.
Is this woke, crazy stuff?
I
They don't want to hear it.
Hey, the last time I saw Olivia Juliana, I was wearing these, and the moon was going in front of the sun.
Oh, the Joy Reid glasses. Yes.
By the way, we're not saying this for us. Like, yes, I know we're being immature and crude and stuff like that, but this
And
is how
I own it. I own every second of it.
Me too. But this is how 18 to 24-year-old men think. You know what would work is if they took Sydney Sweeney and her bathwater that she's selling and had her talk to college dudes.
And I would
guess
drink
what?
her bathwater.
Guess what? They might because if there's a hot chick, they might just not talk about politics, but go, oh, is that right? You know, but they're still going to think to them. They're not going to change their opinion because whatever the woman looks like, if she's a hot chick.
I've changed my
No
my
way.
opinions because of chicks all the time.
No
Are
way.
you kidding? I'm like yes.
They're not.
Yep. Okay.
It's kinda
Hillary
like,
Clinton.
What's the famous line? Are you a Christian, ma'am? I am tonight, Mark Cohn. So your famous line from the song. So maybe they will be tonight. They'll be a progressive for tonight, but no, they're not changing.
Here's what Olivia Herrera should do if she wants to change. She should get a bike and join us on the Bend to the Shore bike tour. It's coming up on Sunday, July 20th. I'm guessing Olivia can't do the 65 miles.
Oh, come on.
Hey, look, there's 30, there's 10 miles as we go from Philly to Atlantic City, where she can be a part of the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. And Olivia, they have Wawa, so you'll be able to replenish. You can even register to ride with me. We'll welcome you in. Team 1210.
Come on.
I'm your captain.
Yeah.
Promo code Nick1210, $25 off your registration fee. Visit ben2shore.org. That's ben2shore.org. Promo code Nick1210. Let's show everybody how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to the Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, where they connect cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action.
Hey, you got to level up with the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or maybe a hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city and 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and all the excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them. This is my dealership. This is Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. You got to ask for Awesome Ross the Boss. See how I troll my husband, Lair Bear, or Awesome Ross the Boss, but he's at Honda Philadelphia Piazza, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do this today. You can browse more than 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
8:36, Kayal and Company. It's a Farish Friday. Sean is with us from Tennessee as we continue with Stocker's never-ending cut sheet.
MIT had their graduation. The class president, Mega Vemuri, spent her graduation speech bashing Israel.
Well, I figured it was either bash the Jews, bash Trump supporters, or bash men in general.
This is cut 20, Phil.
These people. MIT, huh?
MIT.
Where the smart kids go, they said.
Showed the world that MIT wants a free Palestine.
Oh, she's wearing a terror rug.
But they're all, look, if you're watching the video, you can see they're all standing up with the Palestinian flag.
Last spring, MIT's undergraduate body and graduate student union voted overwhelmingly to cut ties with the genocidal Israeli military.
Oh, boy.
You called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. And you stood in solidarity with the pro-Palestine activists on campus. You faced threats, intimidation, and suppression coming from all directions, especially your own university officials. But you prevailed because the MIT community that I know would never tolerate a genocide. Right now, while we prepare to graduate and move forward with our lives, there are no universities left in Gaza. We are watching Israel try to wipe Palestine off the face of the earth, and it is a shame that MIT is a part of it. The Israeli occupation forces are the only foreign military that MIT has research ties with. This means that Israel's assault on the Palestinian people is not only aided and abetted by our country, but our school. As scientists, engineers, academics, and leaders, we have a commitment to support life, support aid efforts, and call for an arms embargo.
Why
and
did
keep
she-
demanding now as a...
Why did she just go to Gaza?
Yeah.
Why did
I
she
know.
just go to Gaza?
I
Like,
know.
seriously.
It's just ridiculous. You remember the 2008 movie called 21? It was based on the card counters from MIT.
Sure.
Kevin Spacey is in there, and one of the young, amazing how things have changed over time.
Yeah.
And one of the kids, one of the whiz kids, gets caught counting, and they take him behind in the back alley of the casino, and they put those big brass knuckles on, and they punch him in the face. I'm not saying that this should happen to this girl.
No, it shouldn't.
But if you take out a little fly swatter, Maybe just tap her on the head a couple of times.
Well, you
Say, hey,
had
dum-dum, how about you go to Gaza?
You had the best. You had the best take on this yesterday, Nick. Where if these were your daughters or sons,
Oh yeah. I would go to the campus. I'd be like Jim's dad in American Pie, where I kick open the door when Jim was having sex, and I would grab my kid, especially if he was a boy. I have girls, so I'll have my wife do it. I'll make sure that the nails are extra long, and I would stick my fingers right up my kid's nostrils, and I would drag them out of the frat room and take them home and give them the beatdown of their lifetime.
Yeah,
you should
what I
feed
would do
them to Olivia.
By the way, so I know that they're looking at all these student visas, but especially with revoking or aggressively revoking, as Secretary Rubio said, the visas of Chinese students studying in the country, and they keep on doubling down on that the new visa policies put America first, not China, and they keep on putting this out here, especially with Harvard, Ivy League schools, because they're saying they're unvetted.
Speaking of that, Dawn, thank you for the transition. This is Harvard professor Stephen Levitsky. He says that targeting of Harvard is part of a much broader attack on American democracy.
Oh, democracy's under attack again.
This is
Here we go.
12, Phil. Stephen Levitsky, the Harvard professor.
We need to be very clear. This is an authoritarian government that is using the machinery of government, the state, as a weapon to punish, to bully, to silence business, media, law firms, universities, and other elements of civil society. So this is part of a much broader attack on American democracy. Autocrats go after universities. Autocrats, left-wing autocrats, centrist autocrats, right-wing autocrats. It's hard to find an autocratic government that does not go after universities. And they always find a pretext. Sometimes it's terrorism, sometimes it's communism. In this case, Trump is using anti-Semitism.
No, this is about Harvard having a 31% student body of foreign students where they bring in individuals that are anti-Semitic or maybe are spying on behalf of the CCP. This is a university with a, $53 billion endowment that still receives federal funding. And we're just not going to allow you to harass and intimidate certain students based on their religion or their nationality. That's really all this is. But one thing I will say about Harvard, I'm at the point now, and I've never liked any of these institutions to begin with. I almost hope they all just self-destruct and implode. Penn, Harvard, Dartmouth, the hell with all of them. You're stupid to go there in the first place if you're going to pay $250,000 for a bachelor's
Trump
degree.
went there.
It's dumb.
Elon Musk went there.
Dumb.
They're not.
Unless you're
I
going
hope-
for law or medicine, why are you going there?
I hope, because some of these schools are high quality schools for many things like business. I just think that they're pushing the reset button. And I think we're allowed, to your point, Nick, what you're saying right here is what influenced these schools to do this, to have these protests. And every protest we have, including UPenn, and we were on the air, remember this?
Mm-hmm.
It was before we started at 6 a.m. one morning, we realized that our commissioner, Kevin Bethel, they moved in the stealth of the night and cleared out that local encampment. We reported it live to you. What is going on? And then we realized a lot of them weren't even students. What the heck is going on in these campuses? So I think it's pushing the reset button. I have no problem with Secretary Rubio, the government, only asking this. And Trump addressed this. He said, why is it they won't let us vet fully who are these individuals who are adults, they're 18 plus, coming to our country? So and Trump said most of them are probably very good people, but why won't they just let us properly vet them? Isn't that fair?
Yep. What are you trying to hide?
That's the point.
Yep.
That's the point. Well, and they're, I think the administration might be going about this not necessarily the wrong way, but they're framing it incorrectly when they keep highlighting anti-Semitism, because to me it doesn't, of course I don't like anti-Semitism, very outspoken against it, but to me it's not as much about anti-Semitism as it is about anti-Americanism. You have these people who are asking to come over for dinner, who are telling their friends on social media, I'm going over there for dinner and I'm burning down their house, right? Like, I mean, this is the problem. So, to me, it's not necessarily that a student or a bunch of students don't like Jews. You could not like Jews all you want. You don't have to be violent about it. I mean, you could have your prejudices. I don't agree with them, but as long as you keep them to yourselves and you're not violent, whatever. It's like, don't ask, don't tell, sort of.
Yep.
But if you're posting death to America or globalize the intifada, which then, of course, takes your intifada outside of Israel and impacts the rest of the world, which includes the United States of America, if you're espousing the ideas of Hamas and you're expressing the desire to destroy this country, the country that's going to give you the privilege to study here, then you're not welcome here. It's really as simple as that. And the Trump administration wants to vet these student applicants, these applicants for student visas. They want to vet their social media because on social media, these students will post their very explicit opinions about how they feel about the United States. And if there are students who do not like the United States or want to bring about the downfall of the United States, then I believe the United States is well within its right to tell those students, you're not allowed to study here. And I think framing it that way, instead of framing it with anti-Semitism, it is more effective. And I think it makes more sense to people, right? Because,
you're right.
And again, that's not me saying that I like anti-Semitism. I don't. But I think it's more than just anti-Semitic. I think because now you're saying, well, it offends one group of people and that's why we can't allow them in. No. This should offend everybody because they don't just want to hurt Jews or bring about the downfall of Jewish people in America. They want to bring about the downfall of America, right?
And
that's
just
the
so
point.
and it's just so hypocritical too, because you have all these people that live here, short of Rosie O'Donnell, who say what you want about Rosie, but at least she left, right? So I've got all these Americans that hate America
She's not allowed back, by the way.
that won't leave, and then I've got these foreign students that hate America but want to come here. So you can't have it. You can't say I hate America and remain here. By the way, you're free to leave at any point you would like. And then also, if America sucks so bad and you hate Western values and Western civilization, then don't be on your hands and knees crawling over barbed wire to get here.
But there's
they want to crawl over barbed wire to get here because it's easier to destroy us when they're here, right? They'll have more influence. They'll be able to destabilize more in this country in greater numbers if they're here in this country. So I don't think they want to come here because they love this place. They want to come here just like the Greeks didn't go to Troy because they loved Troy. They went to Troy to destroy Troy.
Yeah.
And that's why I think, and I got along very well, by the way, with Agamemnon. I told him, I said, Odysseus, we got to build a beautiful horse. A beautiful horse, right? Tim Wolves will get so excited about it. I think that's the point is that they want to come here not because they love it. They want to come here because they hate it and they want to destroy it.
But in that, what they're doing is all of these students coming to this country and they create this culture. And it's not just anti-Semitism in their hearts. They're spreading like a virus, like a cancer, this culture. Yeah. How many of them on these campuses noted that this week, these families, nearly 60 or the families of the 58 hostages, only 24 believed to be alive, they marked with prayer services this week on this day 602. 602 days. They had to mark 600 days since the deadly October 7th terrorist attacks. And where was that on the college campuses?
Yeah.
So I have a girlfriend said to her daughter, oh, no, hell to the no. You can go to college in Texas because they're not going to tolerate this in Texas because you're Jewish. You're not. It's more than people just holding the hatred in their heart. Which no. They're bullying. They're intimidating. They're threatening.
Yep.
OMG, like that. No, that you can't come from another country. I mean, nobody should be able to do that, whether you're here or not. But to come from another country and threaten a kid, no.
By the way, coming up at 9:10 this morning, we have another edition of Fight Club plus Sean Farish. We will vote on all the fights of the week. Which one was the best? Which takes this week? Which wins Fight Club of the week? We'll do that at 9:10 this morning. I want to play this with you guys and see if this sentence was justified. This man was sentenced to an extra 558 days in jail for cursing out the judge. roll this. This is that scene in Breakfast Club. I don't know if you guys remember where he goes, "That's another one. That's another one." Kiss my.
I've got you for the rest of your natural-born life, Bender.
Exactly. When he keeps talking back to the principal, that's what this guy was doing with the judge. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Roll this.
Kiss my ass. This is
you know what? Okay, that's contempt. That's 93. That's another 93. That's another 93. That's another 93.
Days.
That's another 93. That's 6 93s consecutive.
You through? Instead of going to prison, you'll come here.
Hang on. And then this guy's in the on deck circle.
How you doing, Your Honor? How you doing, sir?
I'm not going to curse at you, Your Honor. I'm just trying to get out of here as quickly as possible.
558 days in jail.
Justified.
Yeah,
Justified.
Agreed.
That's why you say Your Honor.
Yep. Yeah.
I love that. That is great.
You're in that guy's courtroom. Whether you agree or disagree, you're playing by his rules.
Yeah. That's another 93. That's another 93. I want to do that.
That's pretty funny.
That's 3 months and 3. So he got an extra year and a half?
558 days.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's a year and a half.
That's wild. Just for cursing out the judge. Huh?
Yeah.
That's what. But you know what? You can't do that.
I know.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
Right?
All right, another one here. This woman, and again, we kid Nick for falling for AI, so you have to take everything you see on the internet with a grain of salt. But I went down a rabbit hole on this woman's page, and it does seem like she is being sincere about this. She says she kicked out her, quote, mentally ill 9-year-old out of the house because she was too hard to handle. Where this child went, I have no idea. But if you listen to, she's describing why she kicked her, again, a 9-year-old, out of the house. I don't know where the kid went. This is cut 23, Phil. We have it.
Again, another lady filming from a car. She's mentally ill, too.
Here we go.
All right,
2 years ago, I kicked my mentally ill 9-year-old out of my household for the safety and well-being of me as well as her siblings. Things that she would do that would put everyone in harm's way. One of the major things that she would do is if she was in the back seat and she was irritated or, you said something to her that she didn't like, or sometimes it was just random, she would get behind my seat and she would cover my eyes while I'm driving down the road. And I'm having to fight her to get her off of me.
Oh, for God's sake.
So she's being a kid.
Yeah.
Is super dangerous. She would attack her siblings unprovoked. One time she got in trouble and she went and flipped her 3-month-old brother out of his swing into the floor. She took the dog kennel. We had a little Shih Tzu named Bella, and she took the dog kennel that this little puppy was in, and she threw it across her room. She threw a candle at the back of her brother's head, and he had to get stitches. She hit one of her sisters in the head in the eye with a baseball bat because she was beefing with somebody else, and for whatever reason, took it out on her sister.
Kid's Mike Myers.
I have custody of my 8-year-old niece, and one day she was sleeping on the couch, and my daughter walked by her and just smacked her in the face with a shoe because she was in trouble.
Who throws a shoe?
I can go on and on and on about the things that my daughter did to everyone, but I think you guys get the point.
Yeah.
So those of you who are judging and hating on me for removing my daughter from my household, I want to know what you would have done in these situations, because disciplining my child?
5 across the eyes, maybe?
Yeah, seriously, discipline your kid.
Yeah.
Oh, what a horrible mother.
So I'll give her one point for her nails are red, white, and blue. So she's pro-America. She's psychotic, but she's pro-America. I just don't understand some of these people that can't get their. And I
Where's
understand
Dad?
some. Huh?
Yes, thank you.
Where's Dad?
Yeah, it's a great point.
Yeah,
probably left because his wife was filming from the car seat all the time.
That's
a good point.
I don't, especially, she has a daughter, but I honestly, as much as I tease my husband, I don't know how I could raise kids without my husband. I don't know how, because you need that. You need the mom and the dad, because if they won't listen to mom, they're going to listen to dad.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you're raising the odds.
Yep.
And I just think so how many kids does she have?
Probably too many.
And where's, because you know what? This 9-year-old I think is raising red flags, is crying out for help.
Yes, of course.
And you can get, hey mom, you can get free social services.
Yes.
You can call and you can cry out for help and say, hey, my kid needs some counseling. There's something, this kid maybe is abused at school, bullied. I have no idea.
My wife was a social worker. She had to
your
deal
wife,
with this.
Kristen probably
used to
would
do
have
that in
a
her
good
previous life. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get to 9 years old and just decide that you're
Yeah.
going to like terrorize people.
Yeah.
So something must have happened.
Yep.
You know, and I don't think the answer is quote unquote kicking the child out of the house.
No.
Now, I don't know where it is. Like, is the child staying at like a sister?
It's
is the child?
Yeah, it's unclear.
You know,
it's unclear
Yeah.
because I actually looked for that answer. And if you look through her socials, it doesn't say where the kid went, but it's not. The kid is not living with her anymore, and she has a bunch of posts about this because people are going after her. Like, I can't believe you kicked him out of the house or her out of the house. It's like. Parent your kids.
And you know she raises
Oh
her
my God.
You know she just yells like a total mad lady at the kid, too. I don't even have to raise my voice anymore. You know what I do now? And it works. I take the eyeglasses, drop them down on the bridge of the nose, and you just look
like
over
Chuck Schumer?
Yeah, like Chuck.
We got to get you doing like a tight shot on Nick
Yeah,
Kayal.
I just like, if I see my wife's handling them and they're out of control or they're not doing what they're told, and I know my wife wants me to jump in, I'll just kind of tilt my
Here,
head.
look
and
at the camera.
And go like this.
He gives him the Schumer.
Yeah, no.
And they know it's go time.
Nobody's scared of that.
They know it's go time.
Yes, they are.
Nobody's scared of that.
Daddy's trying to watch the 5 Phillies.
Daddy. But can I tell you something? Girls, right around that age, girls right around 9, 10, 11, they need you develop, and that's unfortunate for moms because you develop that close relationship with your dad. And so that's when you're going to listen to your dad more than your mom. Before that, the girls, usually you're like best friends with your mom until you're about 9, 10, 11. And that's when you switch to dad. It's like this weird thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
So this 9-year-old craves dad.
We need to like seriously. This is a female. This is a female, I believe. Like the mom should have smacked her across the face. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't condone hitting. I don't hit my child. But sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta give your kid a shot.
Yeah. It's easier with dads with boys.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because you can like you said, grab him by the scruff of the neck. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Yep.
Stop. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand this where you can't parent your kids. Obviously, your daughter or son or whatever is not scared of you.
Right.
So, like, you know what I mean? I'm saying parent by fear, but
Yep.
I don't know. It kind of works.
Probably doesn't respect authority across the board. If that's the way you're treating mom, how are you treating your teacher?
100%.
Right?
100%. All right, Fight Club coming up next.
Yeah, why not? Let's
All right.
do it. It's a Friday.
Let's do it.
Because fights equal ratings. Back after this.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. clients, one call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
My name is Beverly Pfeiffer. This is my husband, Craig Pfeiffer, and we've been with Crash Proof since 2024. We wanted to just sustain our growth and be able to count on what we've earned.
When you go with Crash Proof Retirement, you will never lose a dime and you could only increase your portfolio. The 8% that we earned this year is our money. We get to keep it. It gives us the option of either increasing our principal or taking money out to use for travel, for our grandchildren. We have 3 grandchildren, and we love spoiling them with trips, with presents.
We worked hard all our life, and it's nice to be able to just sit back and just watch our money grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. Right now, they're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, and the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. The sleek Mazda CX-5 and sporty CX-30, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading. Current inventory is unaffected by any new tariffs. Visit piazzamazda.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, final hour on a Friday morning. Fight Club is a mere minutes away. We've got a big 3 from Dawn coming up at the bottom of the hour. And then, of course, the movies, the music, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show as we continue with Sean Farish and the Cut Sheet.
I wanted to bring up because I hear this a lot, so I just wanted to bring it up to all of you. Fulton Jack emails me. He emails me a lot, but he has criticism of the show today. He says, you guys continue to identify criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Every one of you is a bald-faced liar on this issue.
A bald-faced liar on this issue.
Why now? What do we?
Because
the issue of good versus evil?
No. He says we conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Is basically what I'm saying. And
I'm not saying Israel as a nation, a state, a government, Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm not saying that they're not guilty of some things as well. But when we talk about, the eradication of an entire group of people, I'm sorry, you're either, basically what you're saying is you're either on the side of the Jews or you're on the same cause and the same side that Hitler was on. So you pick your side. What's his name? Flapjack? What's his name? Captain Jack?
Fulton Jack.
When did anybody conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism today?
I don't think
anybody did.
I guess talking about that MIT graduate who
so the woman who said so the woman basically who said that Israel is genociding Palestinians, right?
Yes.
That's what she said. She said it's so my question to anybody who continues to say that Israel is genociding Palestinians is why are there still Palestinians left in the West Bank if that's the case? Then nobody can answer that.
Yeah.
Because the West Bank is ruled by the Palestinian Authority. They're not ruled by a terror group, Hamas, who launched an attack on October 7th and wiped out 1,500 people at a music festival. No one's conflating it with anti-Semitism. What I am going to conflate, and I'm not going to mince words about it, is that Hamas is a terrorist organization that launched a terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023, and they're people in this country that have been brainwashed and force-fed propaganda, possibly like whoever Flapjack is who sent this email, are also espousing the ideas of foreign terrorist organizations.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not, and I even made it very clear, which is it's just amazing with some of these people who just they don't listen.
Yeah.
I even made it perfectly clear that it's not about anti-Semitism when we're talking about these foreign students, but it's about people who espouse ideas that want to bring about America's downfall.
Yeah.
Not about anti-Semitism.
Yes.
But apparently this guy wasn't listening.
Yes.
Because none of them do.
He probably listens to the Candace Owens show. So
turn it off.
Of course he does.
I don't need you or want you.
Yeah.
All right,
And by the way, there are active investigations, civil rights violations, types of allegations against universities across the country, and as well some high schools. I mean, that's made the headlines in our region. So that's being reported properly. But look, you look at the anti-Semitism reports and the rates on college campuses. You don't have to take our word for it. Look at it yourself. Look at the reports of these students, Jewish students who've been bullied and threatened and even switched schools. Or, I mean, it's we've never seen this level on college campuses. There's a problem and there's a culture that allows it.
But
Any bullying is bad.
Yep.
But in particular, imagine, as we've said a million times, you bully one group. Let's say they're African American, or they're Hispanic, or they're female, or they're male, whatever that looks like. No, it's not right.
Yep.
Get on over to YouTube because in 3 minutes we will be doing the Fight Club. Plus we will be voting. We will be voting on the fight of the week. We have all the fights from every day this week. It's a short week because we're in here on Monday, so it's a short week. So 4 fights. You get to vote on the best fight of the week. We will do all of that coming up. Excuse me.
And by the way, too, my sister now contributed.
I know.
So if you want to contribute, tweet us, email us, send it. As long as 2 things. 1, it's real. Don't be like me and fall for AI.
It's true. He does.
And 2, it has to be somewhat recent. Don't send a fight from like 7 years ago.
I like Aaron's will be used on Monday, by the way.
Okay.
So tell your sister, because I'm sure she's at work now. Tell your sister that her fight will be used on Monday. But first, before we go there, everybody get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, so you can see all these fights. Let's go to the WEF. The young global leader, Ida Auken, says that she wants to do away with private car ownership and have people sharing a car with their neighbors instead.
I'm going to say it every time we go to the WEF. I reiterate the same phrase. Folks, When somebody tells you who they are, to listen to them. They're not lying. You will own nothing and like it.
Roll this.
Yep.
To think of in the paradigm of yesterday. So first we would say, here's a car. Let's put an electric engine into it. Oh, let's make this car self-driving. But if it's the same car in a road that is completely congested, it doesn't matter whether this car is autonomous or electric or whatever, you still don't get anywhere. You just get stuck in traffic. So this is why we talk about mobility, because actually, if you can get people to share a car, you can take out, a lot of cars in the streets. I think it's Singapore where they looked at how they could bring it down to about 40% of the cars if we would use them smarter. And the interesting thing about technology is that it makes sharing easy and fun and not annoying. It used to be a little bit difficult to share. You would have to go in somewhere in the other end of town and get a key. And that's not what you want to do if you want to take your car.
To find a key.
But if you can just use your neighbor's car because you have a smartphone and an app and you don't even need to know the neighbor to get into his car, or if you can find ways of carpooling, and this is what technology helps you do, it's much easier and much more fun to share. And you start then thinking completely different about transport and traffic. And I think it's very important that we do not just try to fix yesterday's paradigm, but think about how do we want a city to move.
I didn't think it was possible to be any worse than Ilhan Omar, but I think these WEF sociopaths might be the most infuriating people on the planet.
Wait a minute. The carjackers in Philadelphia, they're playing this video in court.
Yeah.
Yo, I was
You will own nothing.
Yeah,
No,
Your Honor.
She's right.
Yeah.
She's absolutely right. All you have to do is play the WEF chickie.
Yes.
Look, I've thought it was my neighborly duty.
I'm telling you, go on the WEF website, man. There's videos from them. These are not videos from somebody with doctored, AI concepts.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want you to own a home, a vehicle. You're going to live in these communities where you can walk to everything you need. It's
15-minute city.
It's like socialism on steroids. These are sick human beings. Klaus Schwab, walking around in his little bikini on the beach, sick human being.
How does that
Very
work?
sick.
How does that work if we all own a car and we all have to be to work by 9 a.m. or 8:30? How does that work?
Or
we start at 6 a.m.
What if we have to be here at 6?
I just don't understand how that works. Like you get the car today, I get the car tomorrow. Like, oh God.
Well, and the fact that she's saying you don't have to know your neighbor, you could just use the smart device you don't need their
You just take the car.
What?
And this is already happening in practice.
Yeah.
You've got these big corporations that are buying up all these homes and renting them. I'm telling you.
Yep.
They're doing it. It's happening.
Well, if they do, if a corporation provides you housing as one of your housing, parking, a car, whatever, then that's part of your package your salary package. That's a private corporation. But she's talking about things where the government would make that a law?
Yeah.
And allow
and I
that?
think Nick's talking about when he's talking about corporations buying homes, like BlackRock is going out there and just buying the floor of the housing market.
Yes, because that's how you get ahead in
selling
this,
those homes to like new homeowners. They're just renting them out.
Yeah. You got BlackRock.
So there's no actual. The only ownership of the house is by some company like BlackRock.
All these corporations, BlackRock, Vanguard. That's why the housing market is the way the housing market is the way it is for many reasons. But the objective, obviously, I think behind these 6 sociopaths is, we realize that the one way you get ahead in this lifetime is to purchase real estate, and then you sell your home.
Shafe wants to know.
You scoop up the excess supply.
Yep.
Right, and you drive up the cost of housing. Right, so there's less supply.
Yep.
Your price goes up. Less people have the ability to then, attain home ownership, and you'll own nothing. So you don't own it, but you can still live in it, but you don't own it. But you'll be happy.
Yep.
Shafe asks, can we share a car and leave our kids in it? That's a nice callback to 6 a.m., the 6 a.m. news story this morning.
This lady makes me actually, and everybody makes fun of me because I have a 6-cylinder truck, and my truck's only 300 horsepower, and it doesn't have a Hemi, and it's not diesel fueled, and I don't have 7 lawnmowers in the back, so I'm less of a man. But
it's true.
This lady right here, she makes me want to go out and get the biggest what is it? What's the biggest F1? The biggest. What do we got here?
She
Piazza.
makes me want to spill paint in a lake.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
she makes me want to
Wipe out
eat
an
paint
entire
chips.
ecosystem.
Yeah, I want to get the biggest gas guzzler on the planet when I see this lady talk.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Come on.
Kale and Company Fight Club.
Yeah.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to. We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Friday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. Thank you, Brian Krieger, and everybody at Tri-County Auto. TriCounty.com. Go there today and thank them for sponsoring Fight Club on this Friday. Not only will we have a fight today, but we are going to go through the other fights of the week and vote on the best fight of the week. Let's start. Now, we get criticized a little bit for fights in school, okay? But I have to say, this fight is a little blurred out, so you can't really see faces. And fights are fights. I mean, if they're being videotaped.
Schools are imperfect places.
So apparently in this school, I'm not sure where it was, the teacher left for whatever reason, left the room. So haymakers were haymakers were thrown.
Looks like one chick's got a COVID mask on.
Yeah, I'm not sure how old this video is. All right, roll this, Phil. Oh! Wow!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Oh, there goes the hair. Yep. Bang.
There we go.
Oh!
And that's not sped up, folks.
No. Oof.
That looks like a.
No.
These are
computer
females.
charger?
These are females too, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Are we sure those are females?
I am not. Phil, can you just roll without the audio? Can you roll the thing back again?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're females, right?
Yep.
Dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, boom.
boy. Wow.
I wonder if any of them are air quotes females like Brittany Griner.
Wow. Yep. We got the shoes go flying.
Yep.
The chick that's getting beat up is down to her socks. And the girl that's doing all the assaulting. Hood up, COVID mask on.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
This is an opportunity for girls in bare knuckle fighting, right here.
Yeah. Yep.
You know,
Right there.
They've got a lot of energy. They got a lot of fight in them.
Yep.
Why not make some money? Just you know.
It's also a great ad for the rights to the Second Amendment.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. You're correct. You're correct.
I'm going to take my girls out of their 5th dance
Oh,
class
yeah.
they do each week, and
boy.
we're going to have them start taking Taekwondo.
Be very picky about where you send your children to school. That's all I'm saying. All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this because it's Friday.
Kale and Company Friday Fight Club 5. Your chance to vote for the fight of the week. And remember, fight equal rating.
All right, let's do the Fight Club top 5 of the week, or the Fight Club 5 of the week. We started on Tuesday with a news report from the LA Galaxy versus the San Diego. There you go. You can see that.
Yep. Soccer fight.
Soccer fight.
Where'd they go? Oh, there it is.
You can see them. It's a little hard to see, but that's an upper deck Royal Rumble brawl.
Looks like a Jets preseason game in August.
Yep.
It looks like a Jets regular season game.
All right, so that's number 1. Number 2 is the Secret Service fight. Do you remember this?
Yep.
2 Secret Service women outside of Barack Obama's estate had a little. If you remember the call that was made, where one of the agents said, "You better send somebody out here because I'm about to whoop her ass."
Yeah,
was the quote.
Well, they gave Obama the best, the best and the brightest.
2 female Secret
DEIs.
Service.
Yeah,
2 female Secret Service agents. Amen to that.
Yep.
This was so that's number 2. Thursdays was the Mexican restaurant. Roll this one, Phil. There we go.
With the Heineken.
Yeah. Now we're into some fight. Oh, the table's gone flying. Oh.
Yes.
He's got a stool.
Yeah, I know. This is. Look at him. Watch him. He's about ready to do the stool, and then somebody does something, spray something in his eyes. I think.
Yep. Oh.
Whoa.
Women are going at it. Men are going at it.
Holy cow. He got the chair.
Yeah.
See what happens when you serve Heineken in a Mexican joint? Yep.
Not sure what led to any. Look at this guy coming in with the chair.
Yep. He's
coming
ready.
with the chair. Put the chair away. Oh.
Oh, right in the head. Right in the head. You can see that he's all.
Ouch.
Yep.
It's like a movie.
Yep.
God, man. I pray I'm never in a situation like this. I really do.
I want to see when these things start.
I know.
Like, they always get the fight from like halfway through the fight.
Yeah, yeah. What causes them? That's a great point, Sean Fair.
That one was awesome. I
All
gotta
right.
say,
Yes.
that was great.
All right, so we have number 1 is the LA Galaxy versus the San Diego Fans soccer fight. Number 2 is the two Secret Service women fight. Number 3 is the Mexican restaurant, and number 4 was today's the two girls in school beating the living snot out of each other. Vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Let's go around the room. Nick Kayal, you start.
Mexican restaurant.
Mexican restaurant. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the last one?
That was number 4.
Yeah,
that was number 3. Excuse
Yeah.
me. Number 3.
I mean, to be honest, the one that's really the most unbelievable is the Obama one.
Yes.
But we only get 7 seconds. Now, if I saw extensive footage, I might pick Obama.
Well, that's a good. Are we grading on level of, oh my God, I can't believe this happened, or are we like literally judging on the best fight? Because you're right. I don't know if that was the best fight because we only saw 7 seconds of it.
True. Best fight is the Mexican restaurant. OMG, this happened again. Boy, the Secret Service, what a disgrace since July.
Yeah.
What a disgrace.
Yeah.
Dawn Stenslin, what is your pick, my love?
Mine is the last one in the restaurant with everybody going at it, men and women.
2 for the Mexican.
Yeah.
The Mexican restaurant, so we have 2. So that's number 3.
That's yesterday's video.
Sean Farish, what do you vote on?
I mean, it has to be the Mexican
The
restaurant.
Mexican restaurant, yeah. I think we're all, yeah.
I mean,
we're all under the.
I mean, there's nothing better than that.
I know.
You can't. Those other fights were the maybe honorable mention is the classroom.
Yeah.
That
honorable.
That Mexican restaurant was great.
It was.
Something tells me nobody in that classroom made the honorable mention this time.
Who is voting for Secret Service in
Yeah.
this YouTube chat? What is? Listen, don't tell me who you are. We can't be friends.
Best fight of the week. Go over and vote right now. Vote early, vote often. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. LA Galaxy fans, Secret Service, Mexican restaurant, women throwing haymakers in school. Vote now. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
Yes, our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles and Piazza Auto Group. You've heard us talk about this so much that talking about the extensive crossover and the SUV lineup that's available right now. This is Piazza Mazda. So they're offering, listen to this, 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the 3-row CX-90, as well as the CX-70 plug-in hybrid. So the sleek Mazda CX-5, as well as the sporty CX-30, they're available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Shop with confidence, Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected by anything such as new tariffs. Visit PiazzaMazda.com today, Piazza, PiazzaMazda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Coming to Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus all month long. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $359 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $449 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into their showroom today or visit them online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, 926, Kayal and Company. Final moments here with Sean Farish as we get set to wind down the cut sheet for another week. A Dawn's Big Three coming up in just about 5 or 6 minutes as we continue.
Sean brought up David Hogg earlier. There was that video yesterday of him talking about how Jill Biden's chief of staff was actually secretly running the White House. In another video that dropped yesterday, he says that he knew Nancy Pelosi was corrupt and got rich with insider trading schemes, but doesn't want to talk about it because they can't get gun control passed.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
What? So this is one of those O'Keefe stings again?
Project Veritas.
This is Veritas. This is them without O'Keefe.
Yeah, I was just going to say that because he's not with Veritas anymore. Roll this.
I would say Pelosi's actually very good at her job. I don't agree with the stock trading stuff. I mean, she gets better returns than almost every hedge fund in this city. Every year. Some of these members of Congress make trades that are like way too well timed to not have like insider knowledge. They happen to be some of the best financial analysts in human history.
Have you spoken against that?
I've talked to it, but it's also like I know that if I pick that fight, it's going to be harder for us to get gun control passed. So I have to pick my battle.
Wow.
Yep, and it will continue to go on and on and on because what was it Chappelle had said? Remember when Chappelle said about Trump and the tax codes, and he's like, that makes me smart because I do the same thing that all of your donors do, and you won't do anything about it, Hillary, because everybody else is beating the system. That's why all these Republicans and Democrats on both sides, they're never going to spill all the beans here because they're all, not all of them, but most of them are complicit in this, right? They're better as financial analysts than they are the job they are elected to do. And that's mere coincidence? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I don't think a woman like Nancy Pelosi, whose lipstick is always, lips are falling off and teeth are falling out of her mouth. I don't think that woman who can't stand upright, right, is the most successful stock trader in the history. Never going to convince me of that. So I find it interesting, though, that David Hogg, he doesn't like the establishment Democrats anymore. He's very upset with them. He was threatening to challenge them, primary challenge them with $20 million or something. And then all of a sudden the DNC decided his election was null and void, to which stop the steal. David Hogg won a free and fair election. We shall not overturn and threaten democracy this way. I hereby defend David Hogg because I want him calling the shots at the DNC, right? Yeah. How dare you steal the election from David Hogg? But I think you're seeing, he does not like the old guard, the Schumers, the Nancy, all the rest of them.
One more for Sean while we have him here on this Ferris Friday. Nashville Democrat mayor has been doxing ICE agents and giving their locations. What's going on? What's going on in Tennessee there, Sean? Roll this.
Oh boy.
Audio, Phil? Do we have audio of this?
Ooh, maybe not.
Hang on.
Box 17.
Hang on. Everybody just hang on.
Here we go.
No audio.
No audio.
There's no audio of this.
Well, this is the boob that they elected to succeed John Cooper, correct, Sean?
Yeah, that is correct.
Oh, there it is.
Of federal immigration officials and some locations of their encounters with emergency services departments like Metro Police.
He can have his woke righteousness, but when somebody gets hurt because he's putting ICE names and locations out on the internet, there could be criminal and civil penalties that ensues.
It's all a part of O'Connell's amended Executive Order 30, posted publicly on the Office of New Americans website. The mayor's spokesperson tells me the data is for transparency and it dates back to the previous mayor John Cooper's administration. But the dates on the interactions go back to July 2024, long after Cooper left office. The mayor's office claims that's because there were no reported interactions with ICE 7 months prior to July. Fox 17 News is working to confirm this with local emergency departments. Mayor Cooper's original order allowed 3 days to report immigration communications. Mayor O'Connell's version requires 1 business day, speeding things up. Earlier this month, we asked Mayor O'Connell if he intends to tip off migrants with the data.
That's really not the intended point. The intended point was for us to have some awareness, and what has happened more recently is a technical update.
Congressman Ogle says the mayor is wrong to do this.
He's putting federal law enforcement and local law enforcement in harm's way.
Which adds to his call for the Homeland and Judiciary committees to investigate the mayor's actions.
Well, Sean, if you import voters, you do everything you can to tip them off to ICE coming, right?
That is right. As hard as I am a lot on Congress, Congressman Andy Ogles, I can attest personally, is one of the good ones. He was one of the only congressmen. He actually isn't my congressman. He was last year when we lived in Spring Hill. But he's not my congressman now. Was one of the only elected out after our swatting here in Tennessee, sat down with us, spoke about it, talked about what we could possibly do at the federal level to go after it. He cares. This is a guy who, we spent election night with him in November. Great guy, very, very, approachable. When he was the mayor of Murray County, Tennessee, wide open while COVID shutdowns were happening across the country. He was basically the Kristi Noem or Ron DeSantis in terms of mayors here in the state of Tennessee. There were no rules in Murray County. When I asked him, I said, why did you do that? He said, that power. So this is one of the good guys. He just released a statement about this investigation that he's pushing into Freddie O'Connell. Said that instead of defending our state, Mayor Freddie O'Connell is sabotaging it. Weaponized his office to dox and surveil federal agents who are trying to stop violent criminals, and he's embraced those criminals by creating a taxpayer fund to feed illegal aliens. The recipients of these funds are untraceable. The purpose is crystal clear: help illegal foreigners evade the law. I refuse to sit back while our communities are overrun, while our neighborhoods are destroyed and our daughters are assaulted, and I doubly refuse to stay silent While blue city mayors aid and abet this invasion today with the full support of Chairman Jim Jordan and Mark Green, also a Tennessee congressman. If Mayor O'Connell wants to spy on federal agents doing their job, then Congress is going to investigate him for obstruction. He has wrote a whole letter and put it out. Andy Ogles is, like I said, one of the good ones. He's on our side. And I think he's onto something with Mayor O'Connell. I think it's time. Borders are, who said that he would have no problem putting, elected officials in jail if they're doing this. And I think it's time to hear from Kristi Noem. And it's time to hear from the Department of Justice, because this guy, Freddie O'Connell, is actively making not just Nashville, but since this is the capital of our state, he's actively making our entire state less safe with every illegal alien that he hides and obstructs from being arrested by ICE.
Going from John Cooper to Freddie O'Connell is the equivalent of going from Lori Lightfoot in Chicago to Brandon Johnson. It actually got worse. It's the only two problems Nashville has: Democrat mayors and bridal shower parties. That's it. If they could get rid of both of them, it would be the perfect place to live.
All right, we got to go.
All right, brother, we got to roll. Have a great weekend, dude.
Thanks. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it. Sean Farish with us. We'll come back, get a big 3 from Dawn, and then the Friday bells and whistles. Also, the results of the fight of the week on the YouTube chat with the poll. Vote now. Back after this.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
but whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Kayal and Company, 941. We'll get to the movies and the music coming up momentarily, but right now let's get caught up in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 941.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
A robber escapes with cash in Philadelphia. How did he get away? A rollerblading robber.
No.
Yeah, this is in the Philadelphia suburbs. This one's making national headlines because this is Montgomery County. They're searching for this armed suspect.
We have the video here on
Oh,
YouTube.
my gosh.
Oh, jeez.
Look at this guy.
He shows up in a, oh my God, wearing rollerblades, showing a gun.
He's got the rollerblades. He's got the white and tan hoodie. He's got his.
I didn't know rollerblades were even a thing anymore.
Yeah.
Got the tan socks.
I didn't even realize that either.
Jean shorts. So he's.
Where did this happen?
This is 7:34 p.m. at the Luke Oil at Old York Road, Abington Township.
Oh, I know exactly
Yeah,
where
I know-
this is.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Jeez.
Rollerblades.
So he pulls out a handgun, also has a knife on his waistband.
Yep. Wow.
Demands the cash from the poor clerk,
bag.
19-year-old terrified employee.
Yep.
Said that he threatened the 19-year-old working there if he didn't, comply, shouting,
Here he
"Give
goes.
me the money."
He escapes away.
There he
escapes.
goes.
Look at that.
Yeah. His backpack or whatever.
Wow. By the way, this video courtesy of Steve Keeley, Fox 29. Thank you, sir.
Unbelievable.
Thank
Wow.
you, Steve Keeley.
Wow.
The
Now,
suspect
do you ditch the rollerblades eventually? Because that's going to give your identity away, right? You got to go back to sneakers.
Yeah, that's true. Or spray paint him a different color.
Yep.
But the suspect threatened the 19-year-old working there, said he was going to shoot him in the chest.
Wow.
So police saying that the young man who was working there, Armand, he remained calm. He gave the money. He did, the right thing. Pretty scary situation.
Wow, that's amazing. That's an amazing story.
Other stories. It's a big day, and just headlining this, President Trump coming to Pennsylvania this evening. First rally here in PA since his reelection, obviously, speaking in front of that crowd of steelworkers just outside Pittsburgh. Prior to that, at 1:30 this afternoon, because 130 days of a special employee, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
So that big news conference at the White House today, that's going on. And number 3, of course, and I meant to mention this when Sean Farish was here because he's originally from New York. This is ex-NYPD Commissioner Bernie Carrick, known as America's Cop, passed away. He died at the age of 69, had suffered an illness.
Was he
surrounded?
Yeah, was he sick? I was going to ask if he was sick.
Yes.
Yeah.
He'd had some medical, cardiac disease and medical history and problem. He was in the hospital.
What do you think it was from 9/11?
Well,
being
good point.
being at
Yeah.
Ground Zero. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because everybody remembers him as the chief of police.
That's a very good
during 9/11. I don't
A
know.
lot of people exposed to all that.
Lots. Yep. Yeah.
That's your big 3?
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to Today in Music History and the Morning Mystery Movie clip, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show on the other side. Let me tell you about our friends at Piazza Honda, where you can level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from our friends at Piazza Honda. The Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year. With an impressive 50 city or 47 highway MPG rating, the sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and the excitement of hybrid performance. Visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or browse 200 hybrid vehicles online. Check it out right now, piazzahonda.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop over development in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Terry, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 9:50. It is Kayal and Company as we get ready to wrap it up here for a Friday and for the week and for the month of May. Poll results, music, and Dawn's preview in a moment. But first, the Jimmy Kelly Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What you got in there is good to eat?
Wow, we got Big Chief Burgers, Bongo Burgers, Footlongs, Corny Dogs, Frosty Shakes, Creamy Bars. Did you want me to go through the whole list?
Reckon what you like to eat in there?
Well, French fries are pretty good.
French fried potatoes?
Yep, French fries.
How much you want for them?
Well, they're 60 for the medium and 75 for large.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
The final pair of tickets to see Styx and Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon plus Don Felder at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on August 8th, 2025. For tickets, visit Ticketmaster.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. From the phones to the polls we go.
Oh, is that me?
Yeah, you have the poll results, right?
Oh, do I? Okay. Sorry. Best fight of the week. We voted on, it's at YouTube. If you haven't voted yet, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. There's no question what the best fight of the week was. The winner, overwhelmingly, 84%, was the Mexican restaurant. Thursday's Mexican restaurant. Second, not even close, at 10%, was the Secret Service.
Yeah.
Women throwing haymakers today during school was 5%, and the LA Galaxy fans was 1%.
That's proving once and for all that Americans don't like soccer. All right, let's go from the polls to the music and what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today,
Friday, May 30th, we celebrate the birthdays of Tom Morello and Patrick Dahlheimer from Live. Singlecood paperback writer by the Beatles in 66. Album Where Should I Be by Peter Frampton in 79. The Other Side of the Mirror by Stevie Nicks in 89. Love and Money by Eddie Money in 95. And Give 'Em the Axe by Lizzie Borden in 84. Also in 2007, a leaked copy of the new White Stripes album Icky Thump was played completely on a Chicago station. Jack White actually called the station from Spain, where he was touring, to voice his displeasure. In 87, David Bowie began his Glass Spider tour. On the same day, the LA Times reported that Michael Jackson offered $50,000 for the bones of the Elephant Man. Creepy. In 68, the Beatles began recording the White Album. In 2017, Bob Seger's Greatest Hits album is certified diamond. And in 2023, Steel Panther performed Eyes of a Panther on the 18th season premiere of America's Got Talent. But lastly, on this day in 2013, the Johnny Cash Museum in Nashville staged its official opening. Speaking of opening, I'll open another This Week in Music History tomorrow night at 11.
Yeah.
For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
Wow.
Oh, boy. Karen is in Quakertown. She's identified the movie. She's going to see Styx. Karen, what movie do we play for you?
Sling Blade.
Sling Blade. Yes, that's right. Congratulations, Karen.
I reckon.
That's awesome. Thank you.
You are welcome. Here we go.
Is there any significance why we chose that today, Phil?
I have no idea, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie, but I have no idea.
Billy Bob Thornton? Yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob.
A lot of people
Landman.
call him white trash. You ever notice that? He's got a bad reputation. A lot of people do not like that dude. I don't know what he did. I've always thought he's a good actor, but he gets banged on a lot. I've seen the movie circles. All right.
Angelina Jolie.
Well, different kind of banging. Dawn, take us away.
Remember she wore his blood?
Yeah.
She wore a vial of his
Weird.
blood? Yeah.
Jimmy says we were talking about healthy foods and plus-size women, and in that scene, all the foods they named were so unhealthy.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Okay. That's the way Jimmy's brain works.
Okay.
All right, Dawn, now we can go.
So we will talk about all things with what is the city's reaction to this issue now about ICE and the sanctuary city, sanctuary state, Governor Shapiro now firing back, so statements back and forth. Meantime, President Trump heading here to Pennsylvania. We'll talk about all of that. We'll update you on all of these new policies, and this has to do with the Trump administration cutting off basically the Medicaid gravy train. So what other hospitals and chains in our region are cutting off that trans care, the surgeries for kids? We'll get into all of that. Of course, Kathy Barnett previews her show tomorrow.
Nice.
Wow, we are jam-packed. We have a lot going on today. All breaking, live, local. We'll bring it to you.
Yeah, don't tune out on the weekends. We have great programming on the
That's
weekends.
right.
Saturday mornings, Kathy Barnett at 10 a.m. and then Saturday evenings, late evenings, Phil Umquist, This Week in Music History at 11 p.m. So
That's right.
A lot of great stuff on the weekend. So make sure you keep the radio dial tuned to 1210 all weekend.
That's right. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Dawn is up next, and we will see you Monday morning. And don't forget about that weekend programming. See what the power of 1210 can do.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health. Audio